Turn your
Calling the Moore
mic.
County Board of Education into session. This is a special session of the Moore County Board of Education. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Okay, a motion to approve the agenda by the Vice Chair. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Benway. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Locklear, no, Dr. Metcalf, because I owe him an apology today. Would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Certainly. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Shannon, our moment of silence.
Yes, sir. If we'll just go into a moment of silence and all families across the world need to be remembered this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have one matter on our agenda, which are Moore County school improvement plans. And for that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Locklear.
Good morning, Board, and appreciate you being here. I want to first start off, I'm going to turn it right over to Dr. Metcalf very soon, but I wanted to first just start out by, as you're going to see in front of you today and the information that's shared today, thank our principals and their school teams for the incredible amount of work that they've done. And I'm always impressed and inspired by these group of school leaders that sit down around a table, including parents, including members of their entire staff, and collaborate around that table, looking at the needs of the school, analyzing the data that they have on their student performance, the culture of their school, and then coming up with goals that are targeted to push the school forward and be focused on continuous improvement. And so always extremely impressed with that, and certainly very grateful to our school teams for that work. So I want to start off by thanking our principals that you're going to have in front of you today that are going to be coming in and sharing their school's plans. I also want to thank Dr. Metcalf and his entire team, Ms. Sinan and Dr. Metcalf, and you see team members behind him today that are the backup. But I just want to thank them. A tremendous amount of work that goes on throughout the year supporting school improvement. That's our MCS way. We have a school improvement planning framework about planning the work and working the plan. That's what we say in Moore County Schools, and I'm grateful for Dr. Metcalf and his leadership and his team's work. And I also want to thank the board. I want to thank you for being here today, for leaning in and engaging for 2 days as 17 schools share their plans with you over the next 2 days. So I want to thank you for that. So today you're gonna see the results of that, and tomorrow you're gonna see the results of that work that these teams have put together. This focus on continuous improvement. As part of that, part of our discussions at our last board meeting, there were some questions around duty-free lunch and how that works and how teams determine that. And so these principals are going to be sharing with you as well their current plans and how they continue to look at how to provide duty-free lunch and balance that with providing for the needs of their students. And so that's always the core mission, right? Taking care of the needs of our students. And so with that, I'm going to turn it right over to Dr. Metcalf. And again, want to thank him for his work and leadership. I look forward to the next 2 days. Mike?
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Appreciate those kind remarks, and I too am very appreciative of our principals who will be presenting over the next 2 days, the other principals who presented last year. The work just continues. This presentation to you just gives you a snapshot of much of the work that they do on a daily basis to continually improve our schools, and obviously thank Donna and Heather and Jamie and Kate and all the members of the team that work so hard to support the schools in that process. I think on October 2nd, we spent a good amount of time with the board reviewing our school improvement processes, talking about the laws that drive us, talking about the work that we do. I don't want to harp on that too much. I'd like to get us started quickly today, but just wanted to remind the board that we are grounded, as we always are, in the board's Moore County Schools strategic plan, and that this strategic plan drives our work. We align our school improvement plans to this district strategic plan. It provides our overall direction, and you will see, as a result of this today, you'll see a focus on growth, you'll see a focus on grade level proficiency, you'll see a focus on the achievement gaps, among other areas the schools have identified that they need to focus on as well throughout the day as they share their plans. This drives our work, your strategic plan. Just a reminder, we do have board policy state requirements as well. Board Policy 5910 drives the school improvement process. We have each school is required to have a school improvement team that is elected by the school staff, parents involved in that. They are very data-driven. They complete a comprehensive needs assessment. They look at perception data. They look at demographic data. They look at numerous data points, and they will share some of that out with you today. School improvement process in Moore County. Approximately half the schools will be sharing today their respective plans to the school board today and tomorrow. The others were approved on a 2-year cycle last year. We do ongoing support, including twice-a-year process checks with them. It's a continual process. And this is really about the school improvement teams at the school level. They continually are looking at the data. The school improvement team, determines the goals that they need to focus on based on the data that they have. They make sure that their goals are measurable, then they go after them. They reassess, they plan, do, study, act, continually moving forward, and we know this works. We know it works because, as we shared at the October 2nd meeting, we're getting improved results at our schools. And so we know the work that we're doing is the right work and that we're moving things forward. So frankly, the principals and those school improvement teams, they know what they're doing, and I think that'll come across today as they share out their plans. They've got a good handle on what they're doing. Much of our work is grounded in the Moore County Schools Way. You'll hear a little bit about this today, of course. We know that effective school improvement is consistent, it's constant data analysis, it's collaborative planning, and it's implementation of the Moore County Schools Way, which include the instructional frameworks, that effective, engaging, impactful instruction, impactful lesson plans, professional learning teams. You'll see that over and over again today, the work with their PLTs. The school improvement teams continue to monitor, they continue to make adjustments, and they continue to evaluate as they move forward. We wanted to provide some commonly used terms. Heather, if you could click on that for me. This is more for the community. I know we've met with the board many times, and these are terms that you are familiar with. But for the community, I just wanted them to be aware that we've shared this. Sometimes us educators choose to speak in our own lingo, and so we thought this would be helpful. So PLTs, the professional learning team, just a few of them that you'll see, but this is available for the public. GLP, grade level proficiency. We talk about standards, our power standards. A lot about growth today will be around EVOS, which is our system that allows us to compute the growth. So you'll see where it's instructional frameworks, our common formative assessments, CFAs. So if we fall into that lingo trap, there's a little bit of a resource for the community and for you to be able to use so that you've got a good handle on the terms that we use. So what can we expect today? If we can kind of go back. And we'll move. So our expectations today, you'll hear from our low-performing schools. They'll update you on the progress. We bring them back every year to kind of update you on the progress, talk about what they're adjusting, what they may be doing this year differently than they did last year, what has worked this past year throughout the year, and how they're moving that forward. You'll get an update from our restart schools. They also come back each year, and they'll give you an update on their progress for their 22-24 school improvement plans. We will give information about the low-performing school designations, and we will give the process and timelines for low-performing schools. and talk a little bit about our comprehensive support plan for those low-performing schools as well. We'll have 7 schools that are presenting today, 10 schools that will be presenting tomorrow. Left about 30 minutes for each of the schools today, a little less tomorrow, but today's a little bit heavier because there are lower performing schools. Thought you might want to have a little bit more discussion with them. If it takes less than 30 minutes, we'll keep it moving very quickly, and so our principals will be ready to come in. And so if it doesn't take that long, that's fine. We can move it quicker, and if you as a board decide we need a little bit more time with a particular school, certainly we can do that as well. I think that you'll see some trends today. I think you'll see some patterns among the schools. I think you'll see that they really are thoughtful about the plans, and I think you'll see some that are consistent from school to school, because as they work together, as we have a talk with them each month and talk about school improvement, they share ideas, they share what works. And again, our principals and their school improvement teams, they know what they're doing. They know what works, and they're getting great growth and improvement, and we're real pleased with them and excited to share what their plans today. I will start today with Cameron. The good news on Cameron is that it was a low-performing school last year. It is no longer a low-performing school. Mr. Cassidy will be with us. We'll follow with Southern Pines Elementary today. They also were a low-performing school last year. They are no longer a low-performing school after last year's results. And then we'll go to Westmore Elementary School, same situation, low-performing last year, no longer a low-performing school. It's wonderful. We'll then have Aberdeen Elementary School today. They are a restart school. They were an F school last year, and as you know, as we talked about on October 2nd, they're no longer an F school. So very pleased with the progress as they move forward. And then we will have Southern Middle School, which is also a restart school, and is no longer low-performing, a reoccurring low-performing school, more than 2 out of 3 years. And so we're very excited. And I'll ask Ms. Sinan to get Jared Cassidy, and with your permission, Dr. Locklear, we will get things moving. Certainly, they are yours.
How long do our restart schools stay restart schools? Or is there cutoff or what?
There is no cutoff. Once you're a restart school, you can remain in that if you wish to do that. There's great flexibility.
I
and there's
understand there's a positive
There's
thing
real
there.
value for them to remain a low, not to remain a low performing,
Right,
to
but
remain a
restart school.
restart school, continue that because of the flexibility.
No, I understand that. I'm just curious.
Yep.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. I appreciate the opportunity for you to give me
Morning.
a chance to come in and tell you about all the great things that we did at Cameron last year. It's hard to believe that's already been a year that I'm sitting in this seat again. You know, time flies when you're doing good work, and I cannot be more proud of the staff and students at Cameron for all the things they did last year. As Dr. Metcalf said, we are no longer low performing. We increased our school report grade by 14 points and overall grade level performance by 15.8%, so double digits in each area. So as I said before, our grade level performance, our overall proficiency, we increased by 15.8%. We also made gains in proficiency in every subgroup from the 21-22 school year, except we did have a little drop with students with disabilities. If we look at our reading grade level performance, then of course we made gains across the board in the reading and math as much as 20%. Science is not on here at the moment, but we ended up with 69% proficient all the way from around 39%. So we made huge gains in the science EOG realm also. Our staff is working hard. They're educating students. They're drilling down with this. As you can tell, as far as our growth, we did not meet our goal last year in growth. We are 0.12 growth indicator away. But if you look at it, we did increase it by 45% from the year before. So there's a lot of things to celebrate with at Cameron along with this. Again, we grew 14 points to raise from a D to a C in one short year, and I'm just looking forward to what we're going to accomplish this year. So as I move on, we're going to talk about the vision and mission at Cameron. My staff, we looked at it and we dissected what do we believe? What do we want from Cameron? What do we want to put into Cameron? And when the students leave our school, this is our expectations for them to be prepared for. So Cameron Elementary will provide all students equal access to a challenging curriculum and a broad range of educational experiences, while building relationships and connecting to students' interests to achieve optimal growth for each child. So as we go through the K-5 years at Cameron, this is our vision for each student as they leave us, because we have different routes as they get to high school. So we want to provide them with a range of experience to see what their interests are, but at the same time, teaching a challenge curriculum to move them forward in their educational journey. Now, our mission is Cameron Elementary is committed to our staff, families, and community, enabling us to meet the needs of all students while providing them with an education that allows them to realize their highest learning potential. Being a small community school, we have a lot of community support. Different groups come in and help students, help bless teachers. So like I said, we are committed to not just the students, but to the community also, because it's a shared mission from inside the school, outside of school, because as we move through Cameron, the students, once they leave us, I want to look back and say, Cameron, they helped us out a lot. So we just wanted to see what each individual needs is, and we're going to incorporate as much resources as we can from the community, from the staff, to make that happen at Cameron. Now, our first goal, last year our goal was to increase by 10 percentage points grade level proficiency overall from 39 to 45. We met that and exceeded that. So this year's goal is Cameron Elementary will increase overall subject grade level proficiency by 5 percentage points. So if we break it down by each subject, we're going to go from 54.8 to 59.8 on ELA, English Language Arts, from 47.9 to 52.9 in math. ELA is 47 to 52.9. Math is 56.2 to 61.2. In our science, we're looking to increase from 69.8% to 74.8% as we look at our EOGs. The chart below is just our stair steps. What are we doing to meet that each year? Of course, you eat an elephant one bite at a time, so we're looking for the best. But like I said, we have our stair steps of what the goals between each year that we would like to achieve. Some action steps that we're going to put in place to help us to achieve these goals. First, last year we looked at the PLT, the professional learning teams, professional learning communities, looking at the data. What is that student doing? How are they doing it? What can we do to help them and move them forward? Looking at data, knowing where each student is at to help them achieve success in the class, EOGs, and in life. This year, we are still focused on that, but we are going to work on the multi-tiered system of support system. So that's where we pull small groups during our intervention block that we implemented last year during that 45-minute. We're going to break up into small groups and see what are we going to move the students forward. So if we have smaller groups, the better that we can reach each child. So I'm going to utilize staff members, interventionists, volunteers, and I'm going to look at high school mentors to come in to help with intervention groups as we look at each child to help them move forward. And that is going to help us on our growth indicator to meet growth and exceed growth next year. We're going to continue our collaboration with curriculum specialists as well as instructional coach. CNI came in last year and helped us look at the data. What is the data telling us for each child? How are they performing? What are they struggling at? And what are we going to do to help them? And I want to continue that. That is a vital part of the success of Cameron. This year we already have numerous CNI specialists scheduled to come in to help our teachers with this process and help refining what we put in last year. And of course, we're going to still collect and analyze data from iReady, M-Class, benchmarks, because we need to know what the child is struggling in, where are the deficits, and what can we do to help them be successful. And our growth goal is we're going to go from a negative 2.12 to a positive 2.01 with that. So we will looking to exceed growth. Even though we didn't meet it last year, we went from a negative 3.8 to a negative 2.12. So technically we're 1/10 of a point off from meeting growth. Like I said, I can't be more proud of my students and staff for all the hard work. And that what the good thing is, when my staff come in this year, they were still hungry. They were going, hey, what are we going to do? Where we want to move these kids forward. We're going to do better. So the drive is still there, and we're providing the supports to move these kids forward and doing even better things here at Cameron. Couple action steps that we're going to use to achieve this goal. Our Kid Talk process, we're having that every 6 weeks, and basically teachers bring in student data, and we have a tier 1, which is your core instruction. We have a tier 2, which is a small group instruction. So it's basically if a child is struggling in phonics during that intervention time, we might move them to a tier 2 to say, hey, what can we do? What interventions are we putting in place? Are they working? Are they not working? Ideally, we want to move the kids, if they go tier 2, we provide the proper supports, then we back them out to tier 1. So it's a very fluid motion, and we want to focus on that this year to identify the struggles so we can place the proper interventions in place to help them succeed. Of course, we're still going to review our CFAs, Common Formative Assessments, and iReady data monthly, determine the supports. So at the school improvement team level, we're going to lay a different set of eyes on it. Hey, what's going on here? Do we see any patterns? What can we do to help the students? Because the more people you get in, the more ideas that you can come up to help with students' needs. And again, we're going to complete the data dive. I have one scheduled next week where Ms. Fall and Ms. Gephardt comes in, and I would say, like I said, that's one of the vital things that helped us last year to actually lay eyes on the data, look at the data, what's it telling us, and it makes you reflect on what we're doing in the classroom, and the teachers got a lot of gains out of that as they look at that. So a couple more is, at Cameron, we want to reward students for doing things that are exemplary as far as the Cameron way. Our school pledge is respect, responsibility, safety, and self-control. So we have character education traits through announcements and lessons with the counselor. We're going to provide positive reinforcements. We give out Paul Bucks with this, and we're going to give those out to students who exceed or meet the expected behaviors to go along. Because a lot of times if you do what you're supposed to, sometimes it's just, that's what you do. But we're going to sit and reward them, and we're looking at a reward system at the end of each 9 weeks. Last year, our attendance did go down around 350 days overall. Of course, we want to work on that. We're still around 300 days, give or take, 400 days from pre-pandemic. So we're going to keep the attendance policy reinforced incentive to go along with that. So I know when I was reading the pilot last year, there was a group of Pinecrest that would go out and meet with the middle schoolers and have a lunch bunch, GC's lunch. I want to try to utilize that too with students that are chronically absent. So we have another check-in, another, hey, how's it going, just to provide that extra support. So I'm going to look into that this year. And the school improvement team will monitor and analyze chronic absenteeism, and we have the attendance tracking form. Last year we implemented if a child misses a day, 2 days in a row, teacher make contact, some shape, form, or fashion with parents until we get a response just to see what's going on. And we found some success with that, so we want to continue that and as we move on, because if students are there, we can teach students and help them be successful in and out of the classroom. Now, our duty-free lunch. Currently, I have volunteers coming in. We just started that last week. We're working on it with getting volunteers every Tuesday, because every Tuesday is our professional learning team day. So teachers do not have a planning, but we are giving them the duty-free lunch that day. With my small staff of 15 teachers and 3 teacher assistants, we're looking at providing more time, but if I pull a teacher assistant, a lot of times they're missing core instruction in the early grades. So we're looking ways around that, who we can pull in to provide the duty-free lunch. But with having such a small staff, it is a struggle to provide a duty-free lunch 5 days a week. So we're going to continue to look at this at the school improvement team, and this is keep a discussion as we come up with new ideas to help out with this.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Members of the board, questions? Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
The first is, have you ever had the opportunity to exercise your bus driver's license?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Principal Kennedy here is the Lone Ranger for the school. When they have a bus problem, he's Johnny on the spot. He got his license last year, and I applaud that.
Thank you. Yes, sir. I drove for a couple field trips last year when we couldn't get a bus
Did you?
driver.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
My second question pertains to proficiency and the role of proficiency in learning long-term as well as short-term. We went through a period of COVID proficiency deficiency. That cohort of, I think, six grades are still in that mode, going through the mill. Okay, so we have that deficiency moving through the pipeline on down. What effect does that lack of proficiency have on introducing higher applications of learning? English, math, when you introduce new subjects, what shortfall is evident based on that lack of proficiency?
With that, I mean, just every year you will have some kids that might come in with deficits, but that's what our multi-tiered system of support in for tier 2 to identify those deficits, hit the ground running, get the interventions in place, get them back where they need to be as we move forward to move them to mastery and to help out with proficiency. So as we see, we just treat it like every other year. We see where the kid's at, we see what supports are needed, we put them in place to get them going so they have to achieve the proficiency or the mastery of the standard.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Other members of the board?
I have one.
Yes, ma'am.
Just I just lost it. Oh, do you have a PTA or a PTO?
Yes, we do have a parent organization.
Okay, and then my other one was, I love the paw bucks. What do they get to spend that on as far as, do you have like a school store type thing?
We have a school store. We're trying to implement a end of 9 weeks reward where it might be a little dance, 30, 45 minutes dance, and then we might have some prizes they can spend the paw bucks on during that also.
Do you have classroom, like, for instance, we used to, when I was a teacher, we used to have like, if a teacher saw our class doing a great job in the hallway, would the class get a paw buck or is it individualized?
We do both.
Both. Great.
Yes,
That's awesome.
so we do hand out class paw bucks, but we also hand them out individually. Also. Yes, ma'am.
Other members of the board?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr.
I've got a few
Haslett?
things. If we could go back a couple slides, please. Keep going, right there. This is difficult to see.
Yes, sir.
But North Carolina General Statute, and I'm going to quote it, 115 Charlie-83.7, titled Elimination of Social Promotion, requires, with a few very narrowly defined exceptions, it requires that students be retained in 3rd grade if they fail to demonstrate, I'm reading this verbatim, that requires students to be, this is North Carolina law, requires students be retained in 3rd grade if they fail to demonstrate proficiency on a state-approved standardized reading test. So if you look up there in the fine print, I couldn't help but notice that your 3rd grade in 2023 had a 45.9%. If I'm reading the data incorrectly, if I'm reading it incorrectly, let me know. But based upon what I see up there, your 3rd grade had a 45.9% proficiency, and the 4th graders had a 52.5% proficiency. So as evidenced by the 4th graders who are just 52% proficient, assuming you didn't fail 54.1% of your 3rd grade, it would appear that we're graduating 3rd graders into 4th grade that are not proficient at reading. How do you reconcile the test results with the requirement to retain third graders who are not proficient in reading.
Can I jump in here, Jared?
Dr. Metcalf, can you explain what reading retained means? And it might help.
Yes, I have the expert here to do exactly
Yes,
that.
I figured that, yes.
There are multiple ways in which a student demonstrates that they've met that standard in third grade, and Donna can talk about that.
So with the Read to Achieve legislation, Senate Bill 387, there are multiple ways that the state has allowed us to demonstrate proficiency for our third graders. First, it is on the EOG assessment. So a student may be proficient on the end of grade assessment, and they are deemed proficient. A student could also demonstrate proficiency on the beginning of third grade assessment. You will hear us say BOG for that. So a student may come into third grade and demonstrate proficiency. I think Jared had 4 this year is what he shared with me that came into third grade already demonstrating the proficiency set forth by the North Carolina legislation. Another way that a student may demonstrate proficiency is scoring a 725 Lexile on the M-Class assessment. So our M-Class assessment allows us to get a Lexile score, and if that student does score a 725, they are demonstrating proficiency. They might not pass the end of grade assessment because it is a standards-based assessment. When we're assessing some of the standards, for example, RI8 is one that you will hear third grade teachers talk about every year, which is analyzing claim and getting students to understand here's the reason the author is making this claim. So if I say giraffes are tall and what impact does that have when they're drinking water, that they have to go down to the knees, which makes them, can be hazardous if lions are around. So kids have to understand a very complex thinking based on that standard. So that's why the legislators allow us to look at the 725 M-Class Lexile. Another way that many of our students demonstrate proficiency in that by the end of September, we're allowed to start a portfolio. A portfolio allows students to read a complex piece of text and answer 5 questions surrounding that standard. So for example, if we're working on main idea, I may give my students a portfolio passage, which are secured testing items, but they're able to take that assessment and if they get 4 out of 5, they get 3, if they make on 3 different standards-based assessments, 11 out of 15, they are deemed proficient on that standard. So with that standard, we're able to, with that multiple ways to demonstrate proficiency. I think Jared had a higher degree. I'd have to go back and look at my school report card, but there were only a few kids who did not demonstrate proficiency because of the multiple ways.
I'm sorry, with all those pathways, we did have all of our third grade meet Read to Achieve requirements last year. Yes, sir.
So just to make this clear, 100% of your third graders met the standards of the applicable North Carolina general statute that I quoted.
Yes, they met the Read to Achieve requirements. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm not sure what Read to Achieve is. The title of this is called Elimination of Social Promotion.
Is that part of the Senate Bill 387 or 385?
I have no idea. This was passed years ago.
It's part of what you hear us refer to as the Read to Achieve legislation.
Yeah.
The state, if you have the entirety, and I will go look for that.
I have it right here.
The entirety, though, of that legislation pulls together under Senate Bill 380. I want to say it's 387, but I'll go pull that. But it gives us multiple pathways to demonstrate proficiency. So the ultimate goal is to end social promotion, but with third grade, it gives us multiple ways to have a student demonstrate that proficiency.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that that we are following the general
Yes.
statute and that we have documentation that all of
Yes,
our
we do.
students, and it does talk about, in the general language, it talks about a standardized test. It doesn't specify which, but it's difficult to look at these end of grade tests and see results in the 50s, and then it's very difficult for me, naturally skeptical, and very many members of the public to believe seeing a 50% proficiency rate that all of our students did, in fact, demonstrate proficiency. Okay, that was my first question. My second question, and if we could go back a couple more slides, please. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. Next one, please. Right there. So, you mentioned one of your goals is decreasing the achievement gap, which is one of our goals. And I noticed that in 2021-22, the gap, I just added it up, the gap was 29.3% between all and African Americans. Then I noticed in 2022-2023, the gap actually increased significantly between the general population and the African American. It went from 29% to 34%. So we're going the wrong direction there. But here's my question. It's a twofold question. How do you explain the achievement gap in your school, and what's your plan to fix it?
Of course, our achievement gap, as when we looked at school improvement team, we noticed, of course, that it did increase. But when you have a 15-point increase in GLP, sometimes the subgroups, it didn't match what we did, and we're looking into that. That's the reason why we want to refine the MTSS process, see what interventions that are needed to meet the students' needs to pull that achievement gap to where we want it. Right now,
I'm sorry, specifically, what are the causes? You said you're aware of the gap.
yes, sir.
And you gave a reason why it increased, because everyone else increased more was your reason. But my question is, what is the cause of that gap?
With our students, we have that subgroup, we had 10 students that test last year. So as we look in each individual child, each situation is different, and that's what we're going to address what we need. So there's different gaps that we would have to fill to meet the needs to achieve this goal of closing the achievement gap. So it's different for each child, to be honest with you, sir.
And the solution is rigorous application of MTSS?
Yes, sir, because with that process, we are breaking down the data and providing the proper interventions to meet the child's need at their level to increase their knowledge and decrease the gaps to fill in. So as we teach the core information that they will sit there and receive and achieve mastery.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
Okay, just one thing. I do have a concern as I look at African-American students. You said you only have 10 in your school, am I correct?
No, we had 10 that took the EOG last year, 10 students that
Okay,
took the EOG.
there's
Yes, sir.
some certain students are exempt from the EOG, I guess, because of extreme
No, sir.
disability? Oh,
No, sir.
okay, all right. So, pardon?
Fifth. Yes, sorry. Yes, sir.
He has 10 African-American students who are tested 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade. We don't test K-1.
Oh,
So
okay,
they would
all
not be
right.
included in that number.
Well, let me get just down to brass tacks. I see in 2017, 2018, the GLP on African-American students was 46.7%. And yet, in 2023, it's 10%. The 10%, am I correct here?
Sorry, you talking about last year's? We were at 17.4.
GLP reading performance. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
reading. I'm sorry.
Reading
I was looking at
performance.
total. I apologize.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we've got, now, a couple of things can happen. Number one, we can have a very, very small sample. And if you have a very, very small sample, one child could totally destroy the whole thing. You're a very small school.
Yes, sir.
Okay? But I'm concerned, I'm very, very concerned that somehow in 2017, 2018, which is some time ago, clearly, and certainly pre-pandemic, and I get all that, but 10% GLP reading performance among African-American students, 90% non-GLP reading performance, seems to sound an alarm bell for me.
Oh, of course. Yes, sir.
Okay, and my concern is, I don't need for you to tell me what specifically you're gonna do. I'm sure you're working on it.
Yes, sir.
But I just want to point out to you that that kind of a drop in performance over the years plus just the absolute number is disturbing. And that's just, so I would hope that with your school improvement programs, that you would look specifically to that.
Yes, sir. Of
Because
course,
it's
as we looked at
dangerous.
the data, we noticed the discrepancy and the drop also. So we are very aware, we're very diligent as getting, looking at that, or all subgroups as a whole also, not
No,
just
I-
African American.
I can see, well,
Yes,
there's a bright spot, oddly enough, in the Hispanic subgroup, you actually go up.
Yes, sir.
You know, so there's success there.
Yes, sir.
But I'm concerned, especially in terms of overall grade level performance of the African-American students, and whether we need special programs to target that. From a standpoint of the Board of Education, I would like to know in the future what specific tools you need, how we can provide some help to you
Yes, sir.
to remedy this situation. I'm not chiding anything, I'm just saying.
Oh, yes, sir.
That whatever we can do, let us know.
I will. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
I
Yes,
do.
yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
I wanted to know what tool or what programs, curriculum was put in place last year that caused that wonderful amount of growth? What was the biggest change?
The biggest change was our professional learning team,
Mm-hmm.
where we, teachers, once a week, we come in by grade level, look at common form assessments. What are we doing in the classroom? What are we looking at the student data? Where are our deficits at? So it's actually taking a look at the data, looking, and what are we going to do with it on the back end? Like I said before, curriculum instruction coming in, breaking down the data. What is it telling us? In my mind, that is one of the biggest factors that for our success last year is looking at data, analyzing what's it telling us, and what we're going to do with the data, with what it's telling us. So, okay, a child is struggling in this area. What proper tool am I
Right.
going to put in? What proper support and to move the child forward?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
With the drop off with the reading, did redistricting affect you guys? That was a little bit before. No, it did not. Okay.
No.
I see
'cause
heads shaking over there. And your attendance, you're tracking that because it's an issue or it's just something that you do standard?
Both. To be
Okay.
honest with you, yes, ma'am.
Now, these are, I don't mean to interrupt you, these are elementary children. They're not
Yeah.
driving
Yeah,
themselves.
they're not driving.
So,
Yes,
uh,
ma'am, it is a little bit.
what do you think the issue is with attendance, if you can pinpoint it?
I don't have a definite answer
Okay.
of what, because it varies from different child.
Sure.
Being such a small school, we know what's going on with
Yes.
the child. We're in contact with parents, so it varies from one child to another, and there's not one definite answer.
Okay.
We just want to keep it in front of us and keep it out and open, as in, hey, look, we need the child here and stuff. So we are making gains on it, and we just want to continue
Okay.
to make gains with the kids being there.
I do want to applaud your volunteer and community effort. And do you find that the community comes to you more than you have to go to the community? Is it a good balance? Are you really having to dig for community support, or it's ready?
At Cameron, I'm very blessed. We
Okay.
have multiple groups that reach out, hey, what can we do? We might not
Good.
can volunteer, but we can help out with this.
Mm-hmm.
Backpack piles, resources for kids, school supplies, donations. I mean, there's various groups that reach out to us that might not be able to come to school with volunteers. So,
Sure.
yeah, we're very blessed at Cameron.
Good,
at that.
that's
Yes,
great.
ma'am.
Yeah, that helps a lot. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Yes, we got it scheduled coming in where the dogs and the kids just love to start to read to the animals and stuff. Because our theme this year is animals. Last year it was reading is out of this world. So kids has been at home reading their own pets and stuff like that, just to get more reading in the school. Yes, ma'am.
Anything else from members of the board? If not, thank you very much. We
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy. Appreciate you.
Hello.
All right. Dr. Locklear. Oh, there he is. Okay. Can't start these things without you. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. Appreciate Mr. Cassidy sharing continuous improvement plan for Cameron Elementary. Now we have Dr. Quinetta Pratt here from Southern Pines Elementary School to share their plan. And certainly as Mike introed Southern Pines Elementary School coming out of low performing school status, certainly a great celebration for that school. So I'll turn it over to Mike and Dr. Pratt.
I'll pass right over you to Dr. Pratt. We were lucky to get Dr. Pratt. She came on to Moore County Schools, I think, in February of last year, and obviously some improved results at her school and more to come. I'm just so pleased with her leadership at the school. Thank you, Dr. Pratt.
You're welcome. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning,
like I said,
Dr.
I'm
Pratt.
Dr. Quinetta Pratt. So blessed to have this opportunity to be in the role as principal at Southern Pines Elementary School, just impacting students and staff. So I would love to continue to do that. So I'm excited for that. So to get into our slides, our overall GLP, I've been here for 8 months, and as we can see from the scores, our achievement gap is widening, but we do have some successes. From 21 to 22 to this past year, we did improve by 2.8 percentage points in all of our students in our GLP. Our Black student subgroup did improve as well from the 21-22 school year to current. Although our Hispanic students subgroup declined, we do have some plans in place to support that subgroup. Our white student subgroup did improve, but we do have a steady decline in our students with disabilities subgroup. Chronic absences is a concern. Pre-pandemic, we were around averaging 3,000 absences for the year. Currently, we're at 7,811 from last year, so it's a 160% increase, which really significantly impacts our achievement data. So one of my focuses just coming in and talking to all of our wonderful staff at Southern Pines is just really focusing on building a positive school culture for both students and staff. And looking at our GLP for our reading performance, after the pandemic, there was a steady decline in our reading scores, but we did rebound this past year, increasing our performance by 3.4 percentage points. Our Black subgroup did increase by 8.2 percentage points, our white subgroup by 1.7, and our students with disabilities continue to see a steady decline. In our third grade, we had the highest improvement in our third grade achievement last school year. We were at 55.3%, which was a 16.5% increase there. Our fourth grade was at 48.3%, which was a negative 0.1 percentage point decline, and our fifth grade was at 44.2%, which is about a negative 5.4 decline. We did increase our math GLP by 2.3 points. Our math Black subgroup increased by 4.5 percentage points, our white subgroup by 3.5, and we did see the same steady decline in our students with disabilities. And our one great thing to celebrate in math, we did meet growth, which last year we did not meet growth in math, but this school year for our overall GLP, we did meet growth. We did not meet growth in reading. In looking at science, we went from around a 61% to a 65%, so about a 4.6% increase in science. So we have a lot of celebrations all around and improving our overall GLP and improving our reading performance and our math performance. And looking at our growth, SPE has always been a solid school. SPE has always met or exceeded growth. for the last couple of years, and we will continue down that path by focusing on and being intentional about our MTSS framework. This school year, we're no longer considered low performing, which is great. It's a big shout out to our students, our staff, our parents for a job well done. Although we do have work to do, we will build on this momentum and continue to move forward. This summer, I worked, and my staff worked very hard to create a new vision and a mission for SPE. I know last year there was some concerns about the vision and mission, so they worked very hard to make sure they were in agreement with the vision and mission, making sure that it aligned to the district's vision and mission. So ours is at SPE. Our vision is to inspire lifelong learning for students, where our focus is on the whole child. We will support students in becoming successful American citizens, leaders in their school and in their community, by providing them with the tools needed to reach their full potential. Our mission is together we will create a learning environment that promotes the academic growth of all children by working in collaboration with students, families, teachers. We will focus on building relationships and increasing academic rigor to meet the unique needs of the children. Aligning with MCS, Moore County Schools mission, that all students will graduate with the skills and knowledge and character to be successful. We also sent our vision and mission to our parents to get feedback, and we got great feedback on these two, the vision and the mission. We only had one request for a change, but other than that, our parents agreed with our vision and mission, and we would like to move forward with that. As a learning community, we value the same things, just being aligned with the school district, integrity for our students, our staff, having high expectations, making sure that we set the bar high for our students to achieve, looking at our environment, making sure that it's student-centered, looking at communication, making sure that we connect with our families, and they feel supported as well, and then empowering our teachers to be the best that they can be to support students. We have 3 goals, and this is a continuation from the goals from last school year. But for this goal, Southern Pines Elementary will increase growth from a negative 1.77 to a positive 2.01. So we want to go from meeting to exceeding growth. And here are some of our action steps. During our PLTs once a month, we will meet to monitor our Tier 2 and Tier 3 students. We have created an intervention matrix to make sure that the teachers know what details and what resources to use for each area of concern. Last year when I came in, they really didn't know. They didn't have a set direction, but now with our intervention matrix, they know if a child has a problem with phonics, this is a resource that you use to make sure that we can improve in that area. For our reading interventionists, we currently have 1 reading interventionist using Title I funds. We do have 2 CEIS grant-funded interventionists who serves grades K2, and our reading interventionist that we funded through Title I, that teacher served grades 2, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and 4th grade. In looking at our instructional support team, that consists of administration, multi-classroom teacher leaders, and interventionists. So just reviewing our data each month that we collect to make sure that we are using our interventionists where we see the need.
You said you have 1 reading interventionist for the entire school.
Yes,
And how many students?
we have 533.
Okay. That's what I wanted to emphasize. Maybe we need to do more, but go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No problem.
But that was something that just came out at me, Dr. Locklear.
Our next action steps under Goal 1, we would use our student data using assessments such as MClass, iReady, our check-in, our CFAs, our common phone assessments to make sure that we're using this data to inform our instruction as well as determine our students who are at risk. We have developed data decision rules for each team to make sure that looking at how students score, that they are placed appropriately in intervention blocks or remediation blocks to be successful. Teachers will participate in problem-solving meetings, our MTSS meetings, every 5 weeks to discuss the progress monitoring data. This data will let us know how students are performing and, more importantly, how students are responding to interventions. And then lastly, we want to provide parents with the opportunity to attend multiple academic nights throughout the year. We've already had several, such as our back to school night. We just had our curriculum night where we had about 100 parents to attend, which was great. And so we just want to focus in on making sure that there's a connection there with family and parents, and that they are a partner, right, in this educational journey that we're on. Our goal, too, is a student achievement goal, is to increase our grade level, overall grade level proficiency by 5 percentage points, going from 51.7 to 56.7. Reading and math, both from 49.5 to 54.5, and then science from 65.3 to 70.3. Some action steps to help us attain that goal. We will utilize our U-Fly training that the teachers received at the beginning of the school year to deliver small group instruction. And that program teaches students the foundational reading skills such as blending, segmentation, and decoding, which all of those skills that they need to be successful. In grades 3 through 5, we will utilize our Magnetic reader training that the teachers received before the school year started to deliver whole group instruction. This resource is aligned to the science of reading, and teachers use this to teach comprehension skills. It has a lot of great and engaging text in there, and to make connections to our North Carolina reading standards. We also want to make sure that our student learning centers are rigorous and differentiated based on student academic levels. We don't want all of our students doing and completing the same work. It's important to make sure that we differentiate and meet students where they are in order to be successful. Teachers will submit lesson plans weekly to a Google folder, and our multi-classroom teachers will go into that folder each week to provide feedback on what has been submitted. When I came 8 months ago, they had this creative HR plan in place with multi-classroom teacher leaders, so we are continuing in that effort. And so our multi-classroom teachers will provide support in classrooms, modeling lessons, co-teaching lessons, pull in small groups, because we want those of our master teachers, and we want to be able to give our regular teachers the opportunity to learn, to grow, to glean from them. Our grade level teams will use multiple data points, which we all should be using to always look at our core, to re-examine our core, and to strengthen our core. So that's what we're looking to do. We will do this by using the data to inform our teaching, looking at different strategies, and differentiating assignments to meet student needs. Administrators and instructional coaches will conduct weekly walkthroughs in all classrooms. We have begun to complete our walkthroughs, and we're using a tool from the Center of Leadership and Education that will examine our rigor, our relevance, and our learner engagement, which are all necessary factors to increase student growth and achievement. Last, for this goal, administrators will develop effective coaching cycles that will include formal and informal observations. And this action step is mainly geared toward our beginning teachers. We have about 8 beginning teachers, so it's very important that we provide them with feedback to be successful, the continuous improvement model, to making sure that they are able to plan and execute based on all of the district initiatives and all of the things that we have in place with the science of reading, because their success is crucial to our students' success. Our last goal is really focusing on building a positive school culture, looking at student discipline, and making sure that we can impact student discipline on a number of levels. When I came to Southern Pines Elementary School and talked to all of the teachers, one of the biggest concerns was student discipline, and making sure that students know how to follow rules, and school administrators assist and support teachers in that effort. So for our goal 3 steps, we have started to provide PD on the educator's handbook, also looking at office referrals versus minor referrals and how that looks and what we can do to support teachers in that area to know what is the office referral, what is a minor discipline referral. Our first training was in August, and our second training will be November 2nd. Also, grade level teams will meet monthly to discuss interventions that are in place for students that have behavior plans or attendance concerns. Some of those behavior interventions could be mentorship, check-in, check-out, a behavior chart, individual counseling sessions to make sure that they are supported. Because as you know, when students are in class, they're learning, right? They're growing. We want them to be in class as much as possible, not being suspended or pulled out due to behavior concerns. We will continue with the implementation of Capturing Kids' Heart. So each classroom has a social contract, so they begin with good news, and then most classes, they end with a launch or encouragement, and following the tenets of Capturing Kids' Hearts. We also have our school counselor who teaches our monthly character lessons each Friday. Some of those lessons include responsibility, honesty, empathy, and kindness. One thing that I did when I came to SPE is that I noticed that from parents' feedback, teacher feedback, student feedback, is that they were missing something for students. How do we build up our student culture, right, to make sure that it's positive? And so one thing we did implement is a weekly positive behavior recognition, and we call it Stallion of the Week. So students are recognized from each homeroom each week to say that they're doing the right thing in the right place and at the right time. They are establishing and following those, our motto at the school. Also, teachers in grades K through 2, they use our second step resource to effectively deliver morning meetings. And these morning meetings can go from talking about how to build a positive classroom culture, empathy, understanding, working together, right? How to resolve conflict. Those are all positive. And making sure that our students are working together successfully. I talked about the social contract. All teachers now have one in their classroom. Another thing that I've done at previous schools is making sure that all staff and teachers send home a positive message to all parents, and I have asked them to do that by October 31st. We always want to begin with good things, right? That's another Capturing Kids' Heart type of strategy, is that making sure that we don't want the first message that parents get to be negative, right? We want to build that relationship with them, and we want to make sure that they know that we do care about their child because they send them to us every day. And then also making sure that our teachers and staff communicate regularly with parents. That can be with classroom communication folders, Class Dojo, or simply through our website. Lastly, for duty-free lunch, 8 months ago when I arrived to SPE, teachers did not have a duty-free lunch. They freely ate with their students in the cafeteria. However, I did talk to them about receiving at least one day a week of duty-free. I know our PTA volunteers, our parent volunteers, they also provide our teachers with the opportunity to have duty-free lunch. But one main concern from my teachers is that our instructional assistants are used for that. They're used for instruction. They are used to provide intervention and remediation. So our upper grade levels, they are concerned if we pull TAs to give duty-free lunch for 5 days a week, how that's going to significantly impact instruction, impact learning. And if we're trying to move that dial up, they don't want to do that. So we have started to provide like 1 day a week where administrators are in there and teachers are able to go out and enjoy their lunch. However, just from our data collection, they don't go. They want to stay. They stay in the cafeteria with their students because that's where they want to be. That's where they feel comfortable. Even though we coax them and say, hey, go ahead and enjoy, they feel comfortable being there with their kids.
That shows the professionalism of your teachers and the dedication. So we appreciate that.
Absolutely. And then lastly, at the end of October for our SIT meeting, we will talk about it more and have a solid plan in place that the school improvement team will decide on. So in summary, Southern Pines Elementary School is a strong school. There were some things lacking when I came in. Like I said, building a positive school culture, and the students and staff were broken. And so my efforts were just to come in to make sure that I provide that positive environment, to make sure that they know that they're loved, that they're appreciated, and just to empower them to be the best that they can be. And they worked to do that. As you can see, we went from, hey, this new leader is coming in February. She has all these new ideas, and we were able to successfully move out of low performance status within a couple of months. So it shows that their dedication, it shows their leadership, and want to make sure that the students get what they need to be successful.
Thank you. Members of the board, questions?
Question, do you guys do PBIS as well?
We do. Absolutely. We have a PBIS matrix that we did introduce to the staff at the beginning of the year. Some things that are in the PBIS matrix is the stallion of the week. We have dojo points that students can earn for demonstrating positive behavior. We also have a club day that we have the first Friday of every month, giving students the opportunity to engage in different interests, just to help them think outside the box, right? To be more creative, to be more innovative. So yes, we do. Be their own person. Yeah, be their own person, right, to enjoy learning. That's great. Yeah, thank you.
Other members of the board?
Yes, please.
Yeah, well, let's go over here and then we'll go over here.
Good to see you again. Myself and Pauline visited you back in May. Pleased to be there, and thank you for your hospitality. Increasingly, as we go through the schools, principals emphasize the need for academic rigor. And I'm pleased to see you have academic rigor as part of your vision statement. What is academic rigor to you, and how do you measure it?
Right. Academic rigor is increasing the challenge of students. Academic rigor is making sure that we're meeting students where they are. So if I'm going into a classroom and a teacher gives an assignment and a student can just knock it out just like that, that assignment was not rigorous. We want to make sure that we're challenging our students above the level that they are. And that's how we're growing our students. So not giving them lower level type of thinking like recall or sorting, right? That's lower level. We want to make sure that they're creating, they're analyzing, they're evaluating, because we want to increase that higher order thinking. So that's what I mean when I say increasing the rigor.
Okay, does that become part of a lesson plan? Is it a specified aspect of a lesson plan in the classroom?
It could be when they are putting in, like, because I tell my teachers, when you're trying to think of higher order questions to ask, like during a lesson, sometimes it don't always just come just off the top of your head. So sometimes you got to write it down. So yes, it will be involved and included in their lesson plan, because they can write out the types of questions they want to ask to make it more intentional to be higher order.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, other people?
I
Oh,
wanted
yeah,
to say something.
Pauline,
Yeah,
please.
you forgot me.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I love what you're doing with your multi-classroom teachers. To me, a mentor is so important and provides great feedback. So I love that. And I remember when we did come, you were telling us how involved you got with the parents, and that's another thing that is really on it. The other thing is your support for your teachers. I love our teachers, and they need to be supported every step of the way. So thank you for all that. Great
Absolutely.
job.
Thank you, Ms. Bruno.
Great job.
Mr. Hensley.
I have two comments and a question. First of all, I'm really happy that you guys changed your mission and vision statement this
Yes,
year.
absolutely.
Because I was the one that was critical last year. We had a chronic D-rated school, and then the principal doesn't even show up. She sends a surrogate, and then I look at their vision statement, and all is welcome. all is welcome. Didn't even mention education. So I'm proud to see that we actually talk about academic growth and academic rigor. So, part is focusing on education. That's a huge percentage of the battle. So, my hat's off to you and your school improvement team for recognizing that. The second thing I'd like to applaud you and your school improvement team on, and it didn't appear up in here, but it's in the details of your goals and performance objectives, is last year when we were sitting through the school improvement plan meeting for Southern Pines Elementary, after the brief got finished, I turned to Dr. Locklear and Dr. Metcalf, right? I get confused.
It took me a while to get there.
Yeah, no, anyway, and I said, I found the problem. As you know, or I'm sure you know, the last school board did a redistricting, and they took a portion of students from Southern Middle School, and they redistrict them up to Cranes Creek, and many discipline problems followed. And for various reasons, a whole cascade of very unfortunate events occurred at Cranes Creek. And, you always have to look for the root causes of things. And, the redistricting highlighted something to me, and I didn't quite put my finger on it until last year in the school improvement plans, and that was those students that got reassigned from Southern Middle School to Cranes Creek had one thing in common. They came from Southern Pines Elementary. And as I said then, those students did not just wake up the first day of 6th grade and think it's okay to say cuss words to teachers, to beat each other up on the bus, to have these horrible fights, and just, that is learned and tolerated behavior. And the common denominator was it was learned and tolerated at Southern Pines Elementary School. That's a big prologue for giving you all kudos to, if you look at the detailed portion of your goals and performance metrics, you reference the teacher working conditions survey, where the last teacher's working conditions survey, students at the school follow rules of conduct, was the teachers rated at 56%. Your goal is to raise that to 70%. And school administrators enforce rules for student conduct has previously been rated at 43%. You're going to increase that to 80%. And school administrators, this is very important. Your goal on this question of school administrators supporting teachers' efforts to maintain discipline in the classroom, the teachers only gave Southern Pines Elementary a 58% on that, and your goal is to increase it to 80%. And those are all laudable goals. Rest assured, this school board supports teachers' efforts to maintain discipline, and we support administrators' efforts to maintain discipline. And as I said at the very end of the last school improvement program meeting, is if we fix Southern Pines Elementary, we fix Cranes Creek, and we fix Southern School and Southern Middle School. So hats off to you for recognizing the problem. Hats off to your school improvement team for recognizing the problem and really putting down concrete goals to fix it. So if we could go back to the very first slide for Southern Pines Elementary, please. And this is my actual question. We'll pause just a second while we get there. So, there's quite the achievement gap at Southern Pines Elementary. I would like to point something out. The principal previous to you, when I asked about, the cause of he had an increase in the achievement gap, and I asked about that. And the reason given was, well, when all increases, then the subgroups lag. But what's interesting about Southern Pines is that's not Southern Pines Elementary. Everybody increased, and there's still a significant performance gap between black students and the general population, but it increased at the same percentage as the group at large. And same thing with the other subgroups. They pretty much increased in lockstep, which is a direct refutation of the previous person's assertion, but that's just an aside. But here's my question for you. What's your explanation for the achievement gap? What do you think the root causes really are?
Right. I think that it all deals with culturally responsive teaching. I think that teachers have to build partnerships with students, have to build relationships with students. And then further, we have to incorporate strategies to help build that and reduce the achievement gap. And some of those strategies are building background knowledge, knowing that some of our students lack that due to their experience. So we have to build that background knowledge. We have to focus on vocabulary. Vocabulary is important to comprehension, so we have to focus on that. I think those are some of the root causes of some of the achievement gaps, and so that's what we're going to be honing in on. We're going to be looking at vocabulary. We're going to be looking at increasing that partnership between students and teachers, because I don't ever want our students to come into the school to say, well, my teacher don't care. And so when they feel that way, then their achievement it'd be aligned to that, right? It'll replicate that. So we want to make sure that students are cared for, that their parents know that we support them too, because it all starts at home. If the parents don't feel supported, then their child doesn't feel supported, and so when they come to school, it's already at a loss. One last thing that we also have to do is to increase the rigor for our subgroup of Black students, because a lot of times expectations are lowered, right? And so we have to make sure that we are setting that bar high, just how we do with other subgroups. We have to set that bar high and allow them to get to that expectation. We can't say, oh, well, I'm going to save you and I'm going to go ahead and give you the answer, because that's continuing to increase our achievement cap. So that's one of my goals, to make sure that we're increasing rigor for all, and that we are challenging all of our students to be successful and setting that bar high and making sure that they get to that bar.
Good. That's all good to hear. And if I could, just one quick follow-up question. I heard you mention earlier, how is your parental involvement? What's your assessment of parental involvement? It's so important. What's your assessment of, is your parental involvement increasing? I mean, what's your assessment of that?
Well, I've been there for 8 months, and so all I can do is go on what I saw when I first got there, because when I got there, the school hadn't had any type of parent involvement nights. So when I got there, we were like laying it on them. We were putting like one activity after another, because I wanted to show them that parent involvement is important. So coming from the end of the last school year, coming to this school year, we have saw a slight increase. I've seen a slight increase in the number of views that I have on my SMORE newsletter that I send out every Sunday night. So I know that it's increasing. And so we as a school just have to get out in the community and make ourselves known. I learned that just from my experience, that we can't always have things in-house. We have to get outside in the community and show our presence there, to let them know that, we're not just here at the schoolhouse, we're also in the community, letting you know that we want you to come out and we want you to be involved. I think that's another key element in getting some of our other subgroups to participate.
Thank you.
Others?
Yeah, I
Yes.
want to say something too.
Oh, well, let's go here and then we'll go back. Okay.
Yes. Congratulations on your success, and I can see why you have been successful. I wanted to, Mr. Levy asked about your reading interventionist and how many students you have. How many students utilize that, and do you need, based on the need, do you need another one, or are you good with where you are right now? Always use another one. Okay, but no, I understand.
You never ask a principal would they take more, because they always will say yes.
And I was thinking about 2 or 3, to tell you the truth, because when you're talking about 1 to 600 students, there I see a problem. And one of the things that we're trying to do, we're the school board, we're trying to provide you with resources, and then you utilize the resources. We see that you do things in a very professional and good manner. Okay, it's up to us to get you the resources you need. But go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
It's okay. Your school does not use the letters program just yet. Is that, or you?
Yes.
They do. Okay, and that you would attribute that, I would assume, to the growth that you've seen.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a great program. The beginning teachers, are they considered first-year teachers, or is that first, second, third year? How long
It-
are you a beginning teacher?
Right, it ranges.
Okay.
We have some who are in their now second year, so when I got there, they were in their first year. So
Mhm.
we have now some that are in their second year, and then some are in their third year,
Okay.
their last year. of
Last
beginning.
year's third year, thank you. Pauline, you can go ahead. I thought I had more to say, but I don't right now.
Pauline?
Okay, yeah, Quinetta, I think you're doing a really, really good job. I absolutely loved when you said that you set the bar high. When you set the bar high, people usually live up to it. They really do. I love that you said that. And the other thing was about the behavior, that the grade level teams will meet, because like Mr. Hensley said, that's really important. And I love that you're delving right into that. So, great job.
Thank you, Mr. Munoz.
One more question, please, may I?
Yes, go.
I want to follow up on Shannon's question about your rookie teachers, if you will. Do you reinforce, do you add extra resources in terms of mentoring for those new teachers?
Absolutely. So each one of those teachers have a mentor. So that mentor meets with them on a daily or weekly basis. We also have in place our monthly beginner teacher PLC, if you will, that we will meet with them each month to discuss just all things that is important to them, right, based on what they need. Our first meeting will be at the end of October, and we're going to be focusing on classroom management, strategies and skills and tools that they can use just to be more successful in the classroom to impact student achievement.
Okay, great, thank you very much.
I did remember what it was.
Can I add to that last question, because it was a great question
Go
from
ahead.
Mr. Benway about mentoring and the mentoring support and the great work they're doing at Southern Pines. I just want to add on to there's some district support as well for teachers that are in their first 3 years. Donna can just highlight that, just because you brought up the question. I thought it was a
That's
good one.
important stuff.
We do an intensive new teacher induction where we really try to differentiate for our teachers. So we have residency licensed teachers who have a very different skill set and need than our teachers coming out of an educational prep program. So we differentiate, and then we consistently quarterly provide professional development, but it's differentiated and varied. So it's to meet the needs of the teacher. So if I'm having trouble with classroom management, I may come to a session to get more strategies for classroom management. So we work collaboratively with our schools to make sure that our mentors, we're supporting them from the district level as well as our beginning teachers. Yes, we do have a half-time employee, Janet Dunn. Janet goes out to our schools and does coaching cycles, just meets with them, monitors. If I'm struggling with classroom management, she may observe me and then coach me on how to better manage my classroom.
Super,
You-
good, thank you.
You also have math people that come in too. As a new teacher, I know that as well. So they have math and reading teachers that will come in, observe the new teacher, and say, "Hey, this is what you could do better, or you did a great job. Let me model a lesson for you, and then see what how you can improve on that." So you have those as well.
We do.
My apologies for interrupting. It was a good question. I thought it could educate.
All right, other members, other questions?
For the duty-free lunch, I did not realize, and maybe even the public doesn't realize, that parents can volunteer to do that. I would not have assumed that was a capability, so I appreciate that y'all are using that, and to let the public know and let parents know that, to give their teachers a break. They might not even realize that they're able to do that.
Absolutely.
I got the opportunity to see that at Vast Lakeview on Friday, and there were a couple parents that were helping, to support that, so teachers had duty-free lunch.
That's great, yeah, thank you.
All right, just one thing further before we let you go. One of the reasons why I made sure that when we were writing the strategic plan that we looked at the education gap, okay, was because we still, when you look at the difference between the overall achievement and in reading and math and the math performance for African American students, it's still, you divide by 2. I mean, that's a rough, very, very rough thing. It's a division by 2. And I can see maybe one of the problems maybe our reading interventionist the need for more reading interventionists. But are there other things that we can provide you to help take care of this gap? I mean, are there other tools? Are there other things that we can provide? What can we do for you?
If you let me think about it, I can get back to you. But I don't have anything right offhand, just for your continued support, and support of our teachers, to be successful.
Okay, well, I would just want to say that if you find things that we can do as a board to help you out, please let us know, because I do notice one very, very positive thing, that between 21-22 and 22-23, there is an improvement with African-American students in both reading and math. But I do notice if we look just at the top of the chart, 2017, 2018, I understand that this is pre-pandemic. But for all students, not just African Americans, but for all students, we go down from things like 58% to 49% in reading performance. And we have to work on that. And I think for all students, African Americans, all students, regardless of race, if we increase our reading intervention, and we also, I'm very, very glad to hear that you're setting your standards high, that will take care of that achievement gap. But please let us know what we can do for you.
Absolutely.
Okay? Thank you. Anything else? Okay. Doug, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pratt.
Thank you, Dr. Pratt. Appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, we had a scheduled break at this point. If the board wanted to take a brief break.
Okay, you guys need a break, take 5 minutes?
Okay.
Okay,
All right. And next up is Westmore Elementary School after our break.
sounds good.
Ms. Kennedy.
We ready? Okay. Calling us back into session, Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, sir. Pleased to have Miss Jana Kennedy, principal at Westmore Elementary School. And just as we heard from our previous two principals, there's lots to celebrate from Westmore's growth in the previous year, but they are focused on continuing that growth. So hand it right over to Miss Kennedy, Dr. Metcalf. All right. Thank you for being here, Miss Kennedy.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for meeting with me today. As Dr. Locklear said, I am the proud principal of Westmore Elementary School, and I'm here to talk about all the wonderful things that we were able to accomplish this last year. So looking at our overall GLP, you'll see that we are right there at our pre-COVID number, so we're trekking on back up to where we want to be and even higher. Our overall GLP was 54.9 last year for all of our testing. That does include third grade through 8th grade math, reading, and 5th and 8th grade science. So remember those numbers are in there as well. We made significant gains in our overall proficiency with our African American students significantly. We're very happy about that. 10 points higher and from 21-22 to 22-23.
Absolutely. Indeed.
Yes, sir. We're very proud of that. And then that's 15 points higher than our pre-COVID numbers. So we're really, really working there in that subgroup. Our Hispanic, white, and economically disadvantaged students also made great gains with 15.1, 13.6, and 7.5 increases respectively from the 21-22 to the 22-23 school year. One of the things that we contribute to this is our small group instruction, intentional small group instruction, and our intentional intervention periods that we have for our 3rd through 8th grade students. Moving right along to our reading GLP, broken down in math and reading. So we're going to take a first look at our reading. Historically, Westmore has outperformed in reading than in math. So when I came in November 14th was my very first day. It actually is the very first day I was hired for Moore County Schools too in 2014. So the 14th is an important day for me. I'm so happy to be here and be part of this team. So we were very specific about what we wanted to do. When I came in November, we started doing small group lesson plans, and so teachers had to turn their lesson plans into me and to my admin team. We reviewed those. We talked about them in PLTs. Donna and her team, the CNI team, came right away, right when I first got there in December. They were able to come. Kate was able to come as well and help us do data dives and really help our teachers see where our deficits might be. And we honed in on those deficits in our small group and our intentional intervention periods. Economically disadvantaged students and students with disabilities are still a focus for us. We always want to work in all of our subgroups to bring them up, but that is an intentional group that we're working on this year as well. We are very proud to talk about our Hispanic students. They grew 15.6% in reading and 12.4% in math from the 21-22 to the 22-23 school year, and we're very proud about that. Notably also, our African American students from 17-18 grew from 30% proficient to 50% proficiency, and we only have about 10 students in grades 3 through 8 in that subgroup, so we're very proud of that. Also, we have 27 Hispanic students in that subgroup in grades 3 through 8. So we're talking about, when I say a small subgroup, I mean a really small subgroup. So they're really rocking and rolling. Okay, any questions? So also,
Actually, since you asked, I do have a question
Sure,
on
yes, sir.
this. I'll just not answer it. I'll just ask it now. So, looking at this, and you mentioned it, but you don't have an achievement gap. If you go back to the previous slide, you actually have a bit of a reverse achievement gap between your. It's different in English and math, but between your. You have a 1.1% achievement gap between all and black, and in some areas you have a reverse achievement gap with your Hispanic population. So at the risk of asking my question now rather than later, remember you asked.
I did.
So what do you attribute the lack of achievement gap to?
Our Hispanic students, thank you for asking that question. Most of our Hispanic students still have families that speak only Spanish at home. So we are, working against that. When they speak and read Spanish at home, they come to us, they have to be able to translate that over into English and speak and comprehend English, which is different, than using Spanish in their day-to-day lives. Also, our attendance is something that we're looking at this year. We saw that a lot of our Hispanic families, actually all of our students, we'll just say all of our students, they like to take long trips. And so we have really worked on our attendance campaign this year. We started last year with a countywide campaign, and then this year we just amped that up. And so we're having grade level and classroom competitions. So currently, to date, the first week of school, I have a note here. The second week of school, when we issued this campaign, we had 30 absentees the second week of school. And now we're in the 8th week of school, and this past week was our last week of school, and we had 0 absenteeism. So we've started that campaign, and the children want to be at school because they get points for being on time. Their class gets points for being on time and staying all day. And so we have a K-5 division and a 6-8 division, and the winning team or the winning class gets to choose a party of their choosing. So it could be a dance party, it could be a gym party, it can be any kind of fun thing that they would like. So attendance is something that we're honing in on.
Right, and that's very important because, as the superintendent says, you don't learn if you're not there.
That's
But
right.
what you mentioned were things that you're currently doing to achieve even better results. My question was, looking back, why do you not have this wide achievement gap that other schools have?
Specifically for Hispanic students or just overall?
For everyone. I mean, African American is a 1.1% gap. There's a bit larger gap on the overall for your Hispanic, but if you look, that's because they did more poorly in math, but they excel in, oddly, English.
You're right.
If you go to the next slide, ironically, right there, your Hispanic students do better in reading than the general population.
Yes.
So what do you
However-
attribute that to?
What was the question? I mean,
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. So my question was, what do you achieve, what do you attribute your lack of an achievement gap to? In other words, historically, Westmore has, on the outer edges of the Moore County school empire, has done something different, so there's little achievement gap, which is good. So what do you attribute that to?
one of the things that we contribute that to is our small class sizes. We only have about 255 students in our entire school, K-8. So that is, one of the things that we're able to give to our students because it is a lower population. I think also that we have a lot of family involvement, and our parents, if I call a parent and say, hey, Mr. Hensley's not doing really good right now, can you talk with him? The parents are quick to get on the phone and speak to their child right then. They don't wait until they get home. Sometimes they even want to come visit me during lunch and be like, can I speak with them now? So I think the community support and our small class sizes really help us overall.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And
I
by the
do.
way, I think that everyone on this board is for smaller schools,
Yeah,
smaller,
exactly.
more community-based schools rather than giant mega schools.
May I add an editorial comment to that whole thing? My theory, my belief increasingly, is that the K through 8 model is a superior model to begin with for a whole number of reasons. So I think you continue to do what you're doing.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. We work really hard. Our students and staff work really hard. Sorry to get everybody off track here. Let's keep on going. Our growth and our school performance grade, you can see that in since 2016, we have not had an exceeds growth, which is our goal this year. So our goal this year is to exceed growth overall as far as the accountability for growth, the growth type is considered. We are very close to that. We were able to have a 1.73, so we need to get to 2.01 to be marked as exceeding growth, and that is our end goal. Also, we were able to come out of a D. Our school was very, very poignant and happy about that, and we wanted to celebrate that as well. We grew 13 points for our performance grade. The growth overall has given us a school performance grade of a C. This is for the first time since 2018-19, and we grew 13 points, as I stated. Our goal this year is to continue this momentum and to add additional points. We are 9 points from a B, so we are on our way. This is our mission and our vision and our core beliefs. At the end of last year, beginning in April, we came together as a staff to think about the type of school that we wanted for the Westmore community to have. As you know, Westmore is a community school. We have legends at our school, so people whose children, grandchildren, and even great-grandparents have gone to this school. So first, we wanted to review, and we did review our strategic plan provided by the Moore County School District, and we then began working on our own to align with the strategic plan that you guys gave us. And we wrote our mission and our vision to reflect our core beliefs. We started with our core beliefs, and we used the WMES acronym, or initials, I should say. So working to develop students. And so PROUD is part of our PBIS. And so those are the core things that we feel that all children should have to grow up to be good adults. And so that's perseverance, respect, ownership, unity, and dependability on one another. Our goal this year, one of our goals, as I've already stated, is to go from our beginnings baseline from 2001, 2002 of negative 2.09 to a positive 2.01. We are on our way there, and like I said, we were able to get a 1.73 this past year, so we are 0.28 away from being at our goal. Some of the action steps that are going to help us with this is going to continue. We're going to continue monitoring our assessment. That includes our Common Informant Assessments, or our CFAs, our benchmarks, our classroom observations and data, bringing student work samples to our PLTs and our MTSS teams. Last year, we were able to pilot our magnetic readers that we are using this year. My teachers absolutely love magnetic readers. Part of that instruction gives a lot of background knowledge, which is helpful to our students. And so we're very happy to have piloted that and then to be using it again this year. One of the other things is we've created an inclusion model for our upper elementary and our middle school students to provide additional support for them in EC with EC teachers during their core instruction in both reading and math. And any student that has not already been identified as an EC student, that are not meeting grade level expectations, we're monitoring them, and the teachers are tasked with letting us know about their progress and bringing them to the MTSS team so that we can provide additional support to them. Our second goal is to obviously increase our overall GLP. As I said, by 5 percentage points, that's going to bring us to where we want to be for exceeding growth. You can see very tiny here our breakdown of all of our performance measures. Our goal is to gain 5 percentage points this year, and we'll be using our EOG data to monitor this progress. And again, we have these same action steps, but additional ones as well. So these first 4 action steps go with goal 1 and goal 2. This is going to help our overall growth across the board. Our second set of action steps that are paired with goal 2 are weekly PLTs. We discuss small group and intervention plans. We also utilize our C&I team, as I stated before, with pacing and curriculum guides. Our C&I team is very supportive, and they were last year and this year. Currently, my middle school team is actually meeting right now with some of Donna's people, going through our iReady data, breaking it down, and preparing for the next quarter of their lesson plans. So those are things that we'll be doing. We also hired, using some of our Title I funds, we hired an instructional assistant for grade 1 because we felt that that was important in our core instruction, and we're going to monitor our students again with MTSS. So at Westmore, we are a very small school. We have 14 classroom teachers and 4 instructional assistants spanning kindergarten through 8th grade. Now, the instructional assistants are kindergarten through 2nd grade, but we have 14 overall classroom teachers. At this time, our SIT team has implemented a bi-monthly duty-free, so we have free, we call it free lunch Fridays, and so our admin team, including myself and our AP, our guidance counselor, other members, our SRO, we all cover lunches so that not only the teachers but the IAs can also have a duty-free lunch on those days. And our school improvement team is currently reviewing to see if we can modify that anymore. But when it comes down to it, much like the teachers at Southern Pines Elementary, they just love being with their kids. And they love being with one another. And when we posed this to begin with our staff, the first question was, okay, so when do the IAs get duty-free lunch too? So that's why we came up with this compromise of bi-monthly free lunch Fridays. In summary, we've made big gains at Westmore. We're very proud. Our overall GLP, we blew it out of the water. We met expected growth. We're going to continue to close any of our gaps that we have, especially with our economically disadvantaged and our students with special needs, by using our inclusion model for all students. So with the inclusion model, I love the inclusion model. Everyone gets benefit from that because there's an extra pair of hands in the classroom. There's an extra person to help with small group instruction or even intervention periods. So we are very happy about that in our upper elementary and our middle school classes. We're going to continue to monitor our student growth in PLTs and MTSS, and we're going to be we're going to know that we made this progress through our M-Class, our iReady benchmarks, our district level benchmarks, and as well as our EOG data. So, any questions?
Okay. Members of the board, questions?
Oh, I don't have any questions, but I just want to tell you I'm so excited by everything you're doing. First of all, I love your school. You
Yes,
go
ma'am.
in there and there's such a closeness and everybody cares about everybody and the whole aura is wonderful.
Yes, ma'am.
I love your school, but that's due
Thank
to
you.
your leadership. Okay, I'm so pleased that you're having such good results with the magnetic readers.
Yes, ma'am.
I love that program, and I didn't realize that you piloted it.
Yes, our
Yes.
3rd, 4th, and 5th grade classes piloted those last year, so we were able to see a big span in grade level wise, and every single teacher said, if we don't get these, can we buy these? And my answer, of course, was yes, but I was glad that the county did adopt that because they're
Oh,
stoked about it.
I love that, don't I, Donna? Okay, your peer teaching, is that student to student?
It can be. We also have in our inclusion model, so we'll have, say Ms. Sinan is an EC teacher, she would come into a core class and she would give aid to a student that might be on her caseload, but
Okay.
also to a student that may not be on her caseload. So that's why we really like the inclusion model. Our EC students also receive pull-out as well, but we've just worked our little schedule to the bone. My EC teachers, they have about this much time in the day. They have a planning period and a little bit of a lunch to make everything work because they do service K-8. So to make that inclusion work for upper elementary and middle school, they are able to see everybody. So we're happy about that.
Okay, that's really good, because I always did. I was always inclusion in the
Yes.
classroom. And
It's fun, isn't it?
yes, it is fun. It really is fun, and I think that everybody benefits from it. I
They
really
do.
do. Because a lot of the kids make friends then, and they're not isolated. And yeah, I loved it.
Yeah, the model of inclusion is that you don't really know who's receiving services and who's not. So that's
Exactly.
what makes it so great.
Yes. So thank you. I just thought that was terrific.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Question, please. Moore County is getting ready to jump with both feet into an enhanced CTE environment. How's CTE going there at your school?
Great. Valerie Freeman is our CTE teacher for our middle school. We have about 100 middle school students. And so she teaches she teaches 3 different classes every day. So she has a 6th grade class where it's like intro to businesses, so they get to take a survey and see what they might be interested in. And then 7th grade, she teaches technology and computers, so that's fun. And then in 8th grade, they explore their careers and in the medical careers. And so their 8th grade is actually getting ready to go on a big field trip on the 24th to see all the medical things down here. I think it's in Pinehurst somewhere down here. We were able to expand that through the CTE program. Dr. Scott was able to expand that not only to our 8th grade CTE students, but all of our 8th grade students. So all of our 8th grade students, as well as High Falls 8th grade students, are going to get to come and view all of the different careers that they could have in the medical field. So it's going great.
Good stuff. Ride that CTE to death.
It's wonderful, yes.
Other members of the board? Okay, just a couple of observations. And some of the other schools, not to say that, that they're doing badly or anything like that, but when I look at your schools, you start out, for instance, African Americans in 2017, 2018, overall grade level performance at 21.7, and by 2023, post-pandemic, you've doubled that, or more than doubled that, to 53.8. That's just amazing. It's not just good, it's amazing. Overall performance when we see a lot of our other schools, you're holding your own pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. So that is amazing. And as well as our Hispanic students, you've gone from 43.3 overall to 52.4. And that's also amazing. So I don't know, you guys are doing something right. Maybe it's the school, maybe it's the culture, I have no idea. But please continue to do what you're doing, because I think that's quite important. And I'll ask also what I ask of all the principals, what can we do for you? And you don't have to answer that right now, but let us know what resources we can give you to help you continue to do what you're doing. So, I mean, do you have anything in particular that you need? Don't forget, we got the checkbook right there. Dr. Locklear is ready to write out the check.
Hey, I would just say the continued support of the board, understanding and knowing what our C&I team as well as our county is doing, the measures they are taking. I have worked for other counties, and I can say by far Moore County is the best county to work for as not only a teacher but as an admin. They are always pushing the envelope and working towards always achieving higher than what others around us are doing. And so I appreciate the support of the board for the district and for the teachers and the students.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Locklear. Okay, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Great job.
Thank you, sir.
Looking forward to see your growth this year.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we next have Miss Brandy Kelly coming in from Aberdeen Elementary School. Dr. Metcalf, quick intro here.
Well, let's get her into the building.
Yeah. We're running ahead of schedule, which is okay.
Which is great.
But I think we're prepared for that, right?
And this is Miss Brandy
Morning, Miss
Kelly,
Kelly.
Hi, good morning.
who is a principal at Aberdeen Elementary, and we were very lucky to be able to recruit Brandy to Moore County. She came from outside the county, came from the coast, and we interviewed her several times and knew immediately that she was a star and that we had a great place for her to go at Aberdeen Elementary. Brandy's family and her husband's family are actually from Moore County and live here, and so she was kind of coming home to us, and came to us on July 1st, and just so pleased with the leadership she's providing to Aberdeen Elementary School. Brandy.
Thank you, Dr. Metcalf. I appreciate that. Thank you, board. I appreciate you having all of us today. So I would like to start talking about Aberdeen Elementary School. I have fallen in love with Aberdeen as well as Moore County. As much as I love the beach, this is a great place to be. It really is. So it definitely helps. So first I want to start off by just looking at our GLP performance over time. Back from 2017 all the way to 22-23, we obviously still have a lot of work to do at Aberdeen Elementary, but the great thing is we have hit officially a little bit above where we were before pandemic time. And so we're happy that there was a lot of success last year. The team at Aberdeen really did well. They came together and worked hard and focused on the academics, and you can see it in the data. It's starting to trend upward. In reading and math, same thing. We have lots of work to do, especially in our subgroups. You'll see that there are gaps in math, with our black students and with our students with disability. Those are two areas that you'll see in our school improvement plan that are an area of focus. But our reading and math trend data, of course, for 22-23, the students with disabilities in reading actually really hit a high. So that was phenomenal celebration. But then math, goodness, math. We've got some work to do there. Then our growth. This has been an area of concern for me since I've started in July.
at Aberdeen. Our growth in 16, 17, and then in 17, 18 was great. We met growth, and then we exceeded growth, and then for whatever reason, 18, 19, 21, 22, and of course you've got the pandemic through all of that. We hit some did not meet expected growth. So one of our missions in our school improvement plan moving forward is we have to focus on the growth, and we have to look at all of the different subgroups, and that's where you'll get it. That's where you'll get the achievement as well.
Can I ask you just one question? I'm looking at, for instance, in math, and in math, you go with we go from 31.4% overall to 45%, 45.7% overall, which is a great growth. But why didn't we meet growth? Maybe some of the administrators can tell me. Why with good marks like that don't we meet growth?
You know what? I would love for Kate, because this is the expert right here, and this has stumped me as well. And we've had many conversations. Kate.
We have. So the short answer to growth is that it's comparative to the whole of the state. And it's compared to like students. So if the average student came in at this level and ended at this level, for say, then that is the average growth for those students. A lot of her students are lower, which we can see in the proficiency scores. So when you look at compared to the state, her students have grown from a lower level to a higher level, closer to proficiency. However, when you look at like students across the state, they have made more gains. And so the EVOS growth is based on where they started, where they ended, comparative to like peers across the state. And so because they're starting so low, well, not because they're starting so low, but compared to other students who started so low, they made gains, lots of gains, but they didn't make the same amount of gains as the average student coming in at the district level, or at the state level.
Which is actually really, it's crazy for me to say this, but it's really encouraging, actually, because that tells me that there are pockets throughout the state where this is done. You have students that come in low, and you can make major growth. It just takes a lot of work.
Well, it seems like you are doing the work. I didn't mean to interrupt, but it's looking good, is what I'm saying. Okay.
Yep, and I had the same thoughts looking through the data. It gives me hope and knowing that we have lots of opportunity at Aberdeen. And it keeps our team going, really, knowing that we made that academic achievement improvement.
Okay, keep on going. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, thank you. Okay, so our vision, mission, and core beliefs. So you'll see our vision and mission has changed since previous years. It used to be that every day is a Tiger Way. We decided to really take a look at this because it wasn't aligned to the district mission and vision, and so we really wanted to make sure that we focus on the academics for one thing, and the excellence that we know that we really can be. So our vision now is to strive to be the standard of excellence in education in North Carolina, and that's much like the district vision as well. And then our mission is to prepare all students to graduate with those skills and knowledge and character and education to become proud and successful citizens of the U.S.
That sounds familiar.
It does, yes. It really does. And we have a lot of work to do. Like I said, in our school improvement meeting, we actually have one this afternoon at 3 o'clock today. And so one of the things we're going to be looking at is let's truly take a look at the vision and mission and see if we can focus it on the district vision and mission, but also tailor it to Aberdeen Elementary. And so that'll be a work in progress. Our core beliefs, we have similar core beliefs that we have had since Aberdeen's been here, but we decided to add a couple as well. The first one being we will function as one supportive school family. The work in schools is difficult. It is very hard, and if everyone's not on the same page, moving in the same direction, it gets even harder. And so I wanted to put that kind of first and foremost when I first met with the staff, and they have jumped all in, and I'm so proud of them already. Children, of course, are our first priority. We're encouraged to become lifelong learners and problem solvers. Teaching should be innovative and reflective. That's what makes it fun. All students are capable of learning. They are responsible, and they also are accountable for their academic performance and their own behavior. And then students' learning, attendance, and behavior improve when we have meaningful work. Okay, so looking at the first goal is, of course, all about proficiency, and so we decided we really wanted to bring it up 5 percentage points, of course, in reading, math, and science, and so that brings our goal from 45.7 45.7 to 50.7 in math, of course, and then 41.3 to 46.3 in reading. And then our hope is that science, we want to get it back in the 60s, so 55.8 to 60.8. And then here's where the work starts. So for our goal 1 action steps, the first kind of big thing that we did over the last couple months was shift our literacy program for phonics. And so I lovingly did this with our teachers, and I love our teachers so much because they jumped on board. They're like, oh my gosh, we're going to do a different program. I said, yes, we're going to align it to the science of reading. And so we have decided to adopt the 95 core phonics for kindergarten through 3rd grade. And I've already seen major gains already. You walk into classrooms and those teachers, they are really working with those phonics. And I have students that are already talking the language. And so that helps us to increase those foundational reading skills, close the literacy gaps, and then ultimately create fluent readers. That's our goal. The other thing is monitoring the fidelity. So it's one thing to start a program, you do the program. It's a whole nother to monitor that fidelity. And so my team and I are really focused on going to every classroom and ensuring that every teacher, if we are asking them to do this, then we're supporting them with those initiatives, and then we're also watching to see that they're doing them. And that includes not just in ELA, but also in math. So everything with ELA, of course, aligns with the district research base and the ones that bring the results. And so that is Heggerty, 95 Core, you've got UFly for small group instruction, the magnetic readers, supposed to say readers, and then the Read Aloud project. In math, it's Teacher Toolbox, iReady. We've added Reflex Math because we've noticed that students do not have that fluency. A long time ago, we used to teach them, memorize those multiplication and division facts, and this Reflex program that we got, thankfully, from a grant that one of our teachers applied for, we are so excited that is going to help us, I think, with the math fluency. And then behavior, that's a biggie, and you'll see that in Goal 2, the school improvement plan as well. But that's also aligning to make sure that every classroom is following the code of conduct. And then we've realigned our rules to say ROARs, and that we'll talk a little bit more about that as well. And then, of course, capturing kids' hearts. That's where we do our morning meetings to talk about different character traits. Another action step is our PLTs. So I know you've talked about these acronyms and this common language, but our PLTs are everything. This is where you really see strong improvements, is where the teachers come together. If you've ever heard of John Hattie talks about different research-based practices in education. And one of the things that he is really known for is talking about teacher efficacy. It's actually the #1 improvement is when the teachers come together and realize their power in a good way. And so we decided to do that through PLTs, and that has to be a tight system. So on Tuesdays, I leave them alone. They are planning in their classroom. They only invite administration when they want it, but our curriculum coach is in there, and she's supporting them and talking with them. And then on Thursdays, they're more facilitated. So it's myself, my assistant principal, Ms. Skelton, curriculum leadership, and then we are talking about Tier 1 expectations, Tier 1 programs. We're doing differentiated professional development, which is going to be powerful because what kindergarten may need, 5th grade may not need, or vice versa. Kid Talks, that is where we will really start drilling down to the individual student and looking at their reading and math performance, and then their growth with the performance. That's where, if you get that specific with individual students and how are they responding to interventions, then you'll start to see a difference. And then I'm really excited about this one. This is rounds, and Moore County Schools, of course, is doing this as well with us. We just went on one with Ms. Gephardt and her team a couple weeks ago. I want our teachers, I would like to facilitate with our teachers going to see one another, because one of the crazy things about teaching is you really don't get to see the amazing things that other teachers have in the classrooms. I see it, our instructional coach sees it, district office folks, they can pop in, board members, but they don't get to see each other. And so we're going to take them as a team to go look at one another and highlight the cool things that they're doing. And that only comes after I've built a culture with them where they know and trust that we're not going to criticize. We're not coming in to criticize what you're doing. We're coming in to highlight the cool things that they're doing. And then our hope is in the spring we may even go to other schools and have them start looking at that too, one thing at a time. Goal 2 then is focusing on the achievement gaps. So we have historically in our data had some achievement gaps, primarily with our students with disabilities and our Black students as well. And so our goal is to get that gap down from 32.1 to 27.1, and then the 14.9 to 9.4, or 14.4 to 9.4. And we're going to do this several ways. So first, we have to tackle behavior, and that tends to be the elephant in the room sometimes at different schools. We do have a problem with behavior at Aberdeen Elementary, and I'm not sure why. I think it's we just have a lot of students, and there have been behaviors that have been in place, and so we are tackling that head on. And so it starts by clarifying the school-wide behavior expectations. And so Aberdeen had ROAR before. We have added the S for safety. And so now we have ROARs, which means a Tiger leader, and we're going to talk about leadership all the time at Aberdeen to try to help the students understand that they are capable and they can be leaders. And so it's respectful, owning their space, acting responsibly, resilient, and then staying safe. Then we're going to use, so I love Restart. I have never been a Restart school. I've never run a Restart school, but I'm so excited because the Restart program gives us some flexibilities to be able to really be creative and do some things that can be successful in our school. And so one of the things we did right away was to create a student liaison position. And so that person is now helping the administrative team. And because we noticed that 4th and 5th graders especially, there were a lot of concerning behaviors. And so we realized that if we were going to be effective, it can't just be my assistant principal and myself handling the behaviors when we still have observations and focus on curriculum and IEP meetings. And so this person has been phenomenal so far in teaching Tier 1 positive behavior systems. So we talked about the ROARs and capturing kids' hearts. Now that person's helping us to make sure that it's being taught, and then they're doing their own interventions individually. Supporting the level of mental health that our school needs behaviorally, helping to bridge the gap between the home and the school by reaching out to parents and having success meetings. As much as I would love to have an individual parent meeting with every single parent, it would run us ragged, and so this has allowed us to really be effective so far. And so far we're seeing results. The other part is creating a plethora of positive student recognition. So this is another one of our focus is we want to highlight the positive. We want to start letting kids shine as leaders and as ones who improve their behavior. The ones that improve their behavior, you know, let's say kindergarten, 1st, 2nd grade, they were suspended all the time or they got in trouble. Over time, if they have learned to manage with interventions, then we want to highlight those kids. We want to recognize them. And same thing with leaders. So our goal is, first of all, to develop a school-wide news channel. That was started last year, but it was weekly. And so now our amazing digital integration, or DIF, I'm learning acronyms in Moore County. Miss Day is our DIF. She has created this news program daily, and so she's now pre-recording with students, and so this news program is phenomenal so far. They focus on the ROARs, they talk about behavior, they celebrate birthdays, they look at the weather, and then through that news program, once a month, I come in and I do a piece on highlighting the cool things in the school, and I can already tell that the kids are starting to know me because once you're on the news, you start walking down the hallway and you're like a celebrity. They're like, there's the lady from the TV. And so we really want to let them shine. And so I'm highlighting not only students of the month, but then we're also going to start highlighting leaders weekly, ones that really truly shine with the ROARs, or you know, a student drops a ton of crayons and someone runs to pick them up. You know, we want to celebrate that. And then the last thing is, I haven't started this yet. This is probably going to be in the spring, but I really want to do a Tiger Ambassador Student Leadership Program, as well as my student liaison. And a couple of my teachers have already, like, it's infectious when you start talking about positivity. They've already come to me and they say, we want to do an after-school leadership program. And I'm like, I was going to do a leadership program. So now we're going to have a few leadership programs. And so all of that is to come, and we'll be focusing on that starting in the spring and then looking into next year as well. The other thing is student support services. So when you bring people together and you really start drilling down to what students need, you start becoming effective. And we've started having weekly, because at first it's overwhelming when you start talking about, oh my goodness, what is going on with the behaviors? Like, why are there students who have trouble self-regulating, or they're really upset and so they react verbally or aggressively? How do you tackle that? Well, you tackle it head on. And so our student services team is coming together, and we are all meeting weekly to look at educators' handbook data. We're looking at office referrals. We're looking at what are the consequences that we gave, and should we rethink some of the consequences? Can we, instead of suspension, can we do something more creative? Do we need to do interventions? Do we need to do referrals? And so we're drilling down to some of those things. We're also doing professional development as well through PLTs to help teachers who may not be used to teaching students who have emotional dysregulation. How do you really help those students? And so we're doing some PD with that as well. And then we're going to tackle it academically. So just like we're doing it with student services, we're going to do it with our MTSS team. And so we're going to come together, look at academic, behavior, and attendance. Our interventionists are going to identify students who need Tier 3 support, and they're going to get more intensive with reading interventions, and then look at the effects of the interventions. Is it working? If it's not working, we need to come back to the table and try another intervention. And then, thank goodness to Marcy Cooper, and we have this grant called the Coordinated Early Intervening Services Grant. We have two interventionists that are part-time that help with that. And Ms. Cooper and the EC department have helped us by getting core phonics intervention kits. So now that we've gone to core phonics, this intervention kit now aligns with that. And so it's a natural kind of seamless process. If a child needs those intervention services, that can be the intervention if it's foundational reading skills. And then here comes Restart again. So then I will tackle it with Restart flexibilities. So I'm really excited about this. You may have seen we just got approval. Thank you so much, Dr. Locklear. We got approval for our recruitment program. So I'm using Restart flexibility and funding to help me, because I've noticed at Aberdeen that we have historically had a need for a special education teacher or two over time. And that is a hard need to fill. It's a hard position to fill across the state. I think everyone's having, I see ads like that everywhere in every district. And so, we thought, why not with Restart do something creative to get these people in the building, to realize, hey, come join our family, come work together to help us do the hard work. And so, thank goodness we now have this program. One is going to be to, first it's going to help teacher morale, because teachers, there's no one more than teachers that want 100% of the staff on board other than teachers. Teachers really want to have those special education teachers in place, because that's how we prevent that gap for our EC students. And so it's going to help morale. It's also going to reward staff members. So I've put a bonus program in there for staff members who help me recruit. And it's actually already been successful. So when we first kind of looked at this, we immediately got one application. I interviewed, I stole her on the spot, and she is now incredible. And so she started at Aberdeen, and she has incredible knowledge in the EC department. She's already doing wonders. And so my next couple questions were, do you know others? Because I still need one more. And so I posted that ad, and so hopefully, I do have one application. Since I posted the ad again, I do have one application in there. And so I'm hoping that we'll get someone, and that will complete our that'll complete our positions. The other part of that, though, is we are making sure to put a mentor program in there, because that's another difficult thing, is when you're lacking, an EC teacher. A lot of times you may get one, and they may be strong, but if they don't have the support and the mentorship, much like Moore County when I first came, I was blown away at the support as a new principal in a new district. So I have to give that shout out, because every department, every person I've encountered has been helpful. I've told people it's like Christmas or Disneyland, and they laugh at me, but it really is. You were Dr. Locklear, so whatever.
I probably resemble him more than Mike.
I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to say that.
But it really does help to have these mentoring programs in place. And so we have one EC teacher who's strong, who's been here for the last few years, and so she's now serving as mentor, and then she's getting rewarded. Thanks to the Restart program, because I can give her some funding to help her with all the extra hours that she's putting in to help our EC teachers and our hopefully our new EC teacher who comes on board. Okay, and then the last part is goal 3. This one tends to be my favorite. I was an English teacher, so I'm more language arts based, and it's fun to look at the subjective side of things instead of the data side of things. And so goal 3 is our teacher working conditions survey was not strong in 2022. And so my goal is to really beef that up. And if you really land on the last question, overall my school is a good place to work and learn. We were at 69%. The goal is to at least get to 85. And so one of the action steps there, one is really with all the work we've already been talking about, if we take the administration, student supports, we start clarifying, because one of the biggest questions that hit us hard on that teacher working conditions survey was student discipline. And so if we hit that hard and head on, and we clarify the rules, we hold students accountable but teach them at the same time, bring parents in, we make everybody part of the team, then we're hoping that will dramatically help. And then naturally we'll rise to that goal of over 50. We also created a Tiger Pride committee, and we think that committee is going to help, because if administration, if myself and my assistant principal are truly working hard to focus on morale, we're doing that every single day. We also need to have some ownership by the teachers as well. And so we've started this Tiger Pride committee. They've already met once this year, and they've divided themselves into 2 or 3 subcommittees. And one is specifically and strategically looking at the teacher working conditions data. And it surprised them actually looking at it, and they went, "Oh my goodness, how can we start to brainstorm these things?" And so they're looking at that, and they're also helping me keep a pulse on the morale, because the morale can shift. We all know October is one of those times. February is another difficult time, and then when it gets crazy around April or May, that's another tough time. So if we get ahead of it and we're strategic as a team, then we can start to put those positive things into place. We also, one of their tasks is to plan collaborative events and school celebrations, and then to celebrate people. There's all those appreciation days out there. There's an appreciation day for everybody. Oh, I did not know that. I love it. And so we're going to focus on celebrating our custodians, our bus drivers that are, oh my goodness, so valuable. Our librarian, our assistant principal, our secretary. We're going to really beef that up and celebrate that together. I also brought back the Tiger Employee of the Month Award. And so every staff member, every staff meeting, one of the things that we're going to do is, Mr. Poole actually had made a trophy. It's a really large trophy. It's very impressive. For Teacher of the Month Award. And so I saw it in the office when I first started, and I said, what is that used for? And so we decided to bring that back and let that be something that we give away every single month, and we highlight teachers. And it could be any staff. It doesn't have to be a teacher. It could be a custodian. It could be the cafeteria manager. It could be the front office manager. And so they vote. And so I have a form. They put in why they are positive, why they're having a growth mindset. And they have been so kind to each other already. So our first winner was announced. We gave that person away, and she said, "I need a picture because my husband won't believe it." Shout out to Miss Nicochet, by the way. So the other part is addressing the critical need of the EC teachers or exceptional children's teachers on staff. And so that, of course, brings us back to that restart flexibility and using the recruitment bonus to reward or recruit and award qualified candidates for that. And then that takes us to duty-free lunch. So duty-free lunch, what I did when I first started in July is I talked to the school improvement team when I first met them, and we talked, I said, talk to me about duty-free lunch. How has that looked like? And this is the plan that they gave me. They said that they have always done about 2 days a week consistently. Our teacher assistants cover, and then they have 5 days a week of duty-free arrival. I said, what does that look like? And it was 7 to 7:15. So of course teachers have to be there at 7. So between 7 and 7:15, students stay in the gym or in the cafeteria. And then teacher assistants monitor, or specials teachers monitor. And so they have that duty-free time to prep and plan. My first instinct was, I don't know if I like that, because the students all go to the gym or they go to the cafeteria and they hold. And so we're monitoring that because, in fact, one of the things on the agenda this afternoon is to talk about this duty-free plan. And so there's a proposal on the table for us to have the kids go straight to their class instead. Like they grab breakfast, they go to their class, they do some morning work or some STEM activities before the day gets started. And in exchange, maybe doing 5 days a week of duty-free. So we're going to talk about that, but if the team, they've been pretty adamant in the past. So if they don't want to do that, then that might be one of the things that we look at alternative ways. And that's it. Okay. So what questions do you have for me?
Yeah, questions from members of the board?
Oh, I have lots.
Yes.
Okay, first of all, Brandy, we didn't meet you because you weren't there when we made our visit,
Yes, ma'am.
so we're coming.
Okay, that sounds great. Come anytime.
All right, I loved what you said about celebrating everyone. I just believe that life should be celebrated. Celebrate everything because we should be so thankful, and that you're including everybody, the bus drivers, the custodians, because they're so important. You just can't have schools without those people.
I agree.
I love that you're doing that. It really looks like you have Aberdeen in the right direction. I love your discipline. You can't have education without discipline. I just love your plans for that. Explain to me reflex math.
So reflex math is all about that fluency. So it has the students kind of practice. It starts off with addition and subtraction, then it goes into multiplication and division, and it's just a quick way of them practicing their math facts.
Great, okay.
So that then they can start to tackle the word problems and taking them more complicated. And our biggest goal is to get those kids prepared before they go to middle school so they have those math facts. And so far we're seeing a lot of great growth with it.
Okay, that's terrific.
Is that memorization of times tables? Is that
Yes,
what you're talking
that's
about? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we needed to
We've done
bring
full
that
circle,
back
right?
for
That's
a
right.
long time.
Yeah, and I'm really glad to see you doing that. That
Wonderful.
is so important. The other thing, your core phonics. Oh, I'm thrilled with that,
Me too.
and I think you're going to see such great results with that. That's the basis. That's where you go, and your one supportive school family. You've got it right there. When everybody's thinking along the lines, everybody feels like they have the same goal. We're very happy to have you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm happy to be here.
And if you need an EC teacher, you can hire me.
Oh, okay. Hey, we'll have to talk.
HR's just
I was
down
supposed
the
to
hall.
I think you could do both.
Thank you.
I love it.
We
Yes,
really
ma'am.
appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
So we'll be out to visit you.
Okay.
Other members of the board?
I did have a question.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
For the alternatives for discipline as opposed to suspension, because I believe you would know that this board is, if you're not going to behave.
Yep.
And I'm sure you're of the same opinion. But what are the alternatives that you do put in place?
That's a great question.
Thank
So
you.
we, that is something that the Ms. Skelton and I have been really putting our heads together, because the first couple weeks of school, we already had a few behaviors, and I went, whoa, it's only the first couple weeks of school, what's going on? And I thought we have to be more strategic with this, because we have to teach the kids. I do not want to send them to Mr. Krasinski at Southern Middle School and they don't know how to behave. And so, and really we're talking about fourth and fifth more than anything. And so we've already started being very creative. And one is starting with talking to the teachers. If we don't communicate with the teachers, they're going to feel like we're, if they don't know exactly what we're doing and why we're doing it, they're going to feel like they're not supportive. And so that's our number one thing is, hey, we're going to do this together. You are not alone. We are all in this together. But we also have to make sure that we close the achievement gap and keep them in school. And so we're almost doing a layered approach. As Title I, actually with our Title I plan, we recently hired a wonderful staff member who's going to help us do what's called the restart room or the reset room. And that is going to serve as ISS, because traditionally elementary schools don't typically have an ISS room. And so we've started that over the last couple of weeks, and we're starting, if a student acts out in their specials class, we target the behavior or the consequence during the specials class. If they act up at recess, we target it at recess. So we're really trying to reteach those skills and hold them accountable. And so far, it's starting to work. Some of the kids are going, oh, I can't do what I used to do.
Okay.
No, you can't. You're going to behave. And we're going to love you while we do it.
That's right. That's good. Thank you. And your attendance, do you feel, do you have big attendance issues?
There is, yes. We're tackling attendance as well, because we actually just met with student services yesterday and looked at some of our students who've already missed quite a handful of days. And it's students who have similar patterns. They've had attendance issues for years in the making.
Okay.
And so we've worked really well with our social workers that are helping us, that are drilling down, meeting with those parents to try to curb that behavior.
Very good.
of
All right.
attendance. Yep.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Mr. Hensley?
Yeah, first I have a comment. You
Sure.
get all your people together for that big event
Uh-huh.
and notify me ahead of time, and I'll
Okay.
bring my smoker of awesomeness, and
All
I will
right.
feed barbecue, the top shelf barbecue for the entire crew.
Thank you. That
Wow.
sounds great.
So
I
anyway,
would love that.
so a couple observations and a question. It is really refreshing to hear words like accountability for academic performance and behavior, because as we heard from one of your peers earlier today, she didn't put it exactly this way, but you challenge young people. If you want results, you challenge them and increase the rigor. You do not coddle them.
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Exactly.
So anyway, it's 100% the right approach. The second thing I would say, and if you could go back to the first slide for goal 3, I think it's 5 slides back, right there.
Okay.
So I vividly remember a year ago when your predecessor was up here for the school improvement plans, and your predecessor had a slide talking about how much time and effort he had spent on creating the perfect school environment, and how everybody loved him, and how he had done all these great things. But then you turn 5 or 6 pages to the 5 or 6 more pages to the data, and that claim just wasn't supported by the data, because if you read the data, that particular school, Aberdeen Elementary, had the lowest rankings in the teacher work surveys. And it's specifically this portion that you're focusing on. If you look, and I'm so glad you're focusing on this, because if you look at that, the first item up there is students at this school follow the rules of conduct. Only 23% of the teachers felt that was a true statement. That is horrible. And then continuing, school administrators consistently enforce rules for student conduct. Only 33% of the teachers, this isn't parents, this isn't school board members, these are teachers, only 33%, and I pointed this out at the time, and I was the bad guy for doing this, but if only 23% of your teachers feel that students are following the rules of conduct, and only 33% of your teachers feel that they have the support of the administrators, that is not good. So I'm glad you're focusing on that. I personally think you can easily exceed these targets, because, it's just setting standards. And rest assured, I said this earlier today, rest assured that this school board supports teachers and administrators who enforce the rules of discipline, because as Ms. Bruno said, you don't learn if you don't have discipline. And by the way, that's kind of one of our responsibilities is to teach discipline where it doesn't exist. So this is 100% focusing on the correct things. I do have a question for you, though. This is always troubled me, and I see it especially in Restart schools. We throw tons of resources at Restart schools. We have facilitators, we have PBIS facilitators, we have MTSS facilitators, we have teachers assistant, we have teachers, we have administrators. We even have lunch ladies, right? I mean, and look, all of them are important to some extent, but it can't be a perfect alignment. You know, the people you have and where we put them cannot be in a or where they've been put cannot be in perfect alignment with what you would do. So if you were king for a day and had, or queen, whichever the case may be, and you had unlimited budget and freedom where you could just magically say, I'm converting lunch ladies. No, you can't touch the lunch ladies. Let's say I'm taking my MTSS facilitators, I'm going to make them teachers so that we have a smaller class size. Big blue sweeping arrows. Where would you take manpower away, and where would you put it?
Oh, that is such a tough question because my previous school was a non-Title I, non-Restart, and so we had limited staff, and it was very difficult. So when I first came to Aberdeen, I said, "Oh my goodness, we have positions. It's a resource-rich school." And then very quickly, the first few weeks of school, I realized, oh my goodness, we need all these resources. We truly, I have looked at every possible way of converting, taking a teacher and making the class numbers higher. That's just going to make discipline worse. I have taken, what about an interventionist? No, we need the interventionist because the reading needs to be worked on. So that is very difficult. I just want you to know I'm doing that every day. I'm trying to think, how else can I be so creative to use some of these positions? And so we're constantly talking about that. If I had my way, we'd have a ton more, but who wouldn't?
Right.
So that's a complicated question. I'm not sure how to answer that.
Yeah, no, just never stop looking at, what they would call in the military reprogramming personnel. And, if we're somehow missing the mark, then let us know, and we'll reprogram, or you probably have broad flexibility to do it yourself, or certainly Dr. Locklear does. So anyway, thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
One comment. It looks like we've hired a principal who thrives on a challenge. And truly, and I commend you on that.
Thank you.
And keep hiring folks of a similar brand. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, please.
Sorry about that. So two things that I saw, and I commend you for, as we know, teachers just want to feel supported, right?
Yes.
So when they feel supported, then they'll do things for you, which means the children get that support. And my only concern was, or not even a concern, a question to you is, how are you getting the parents and community involved, especially with the discipline? Because as we know, discipline is much different in some of these homes than it is at school. So this is why it's getting triggered into the school systems, because that's really all they know. They don't necessarily, some kids don't even know that's wrong what they're doing. So how are you helping with that?
So honestly, I don't know if you've seen, we have an AES FACTS team Facebook site, and FACTS is it's like a PTA or a PTO group. And so when I first came on in July, those are one of the first groups that I met with. They were very, very strong. I give them shout outs because they're doing phenomenal things. And so one of the things, as much as I wanted to focus on community involvement, that was like number 3. I wanted to come in and kind of organize.
You've only been there since July.
And then get with that part. Yeah. But what I have been pleasantly surprised and happy about is our FACTS team and how coordinated and organized they are. So we've already had 2 meetings for the year. And actually last year, one of the things they decided to do was to integrate the character traits, like our capturing kids' hearts. Empathy is this month's theme. Next month is self-direct. And we do awards during the FACTS meetings. And so what that does is it's creative and very strategic. Tons of parents come. And so just in this last meeting, we had I'd say easily 30 parents showed up, and they wanted to see their child get an award. And that was one of the times that we used to say, hey, while you're here, let's talk about the literacy night coming up. Let's talk about how else can we get parent involvement. And so out of that has already come our military parent representative that serves on the advisory committee. She actually has a really cool idea. She wants to start Military Monday, when the military folks come and they dress in uniform and they open car doors for the kids. So I think it just starts with really cool ideas like that and getting them involved at the same time that we start having what's called student success meetings. Like, you know, if we've got a student who we've got 5 in my mind right now in 4th and 5th grade, they just they've struggled with their self-regulation for years. And so I've already started meeting with those families. And I'm trying to, and I'm truly having the approach of, hey, you know, yes, he's in trouble. Yes, he's suspended. But can we talk about what else can we do to help? And so I'm hoping that that's going to spread. I'm hoping they see that we really are a partnership and a team. And we're going to do everything. I hate to steal Pinehurst Elementary's theme, but I love the relentless. You almost have to be relentless in getting everyone to the table to brainstorm and figure out what to do next.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah. You said that you're doing recruitment bonuses. How much?
So for EC staff, if it's someone who is qualified and they have their licensure, it's $5,000. And
Is that $5,000
one
upfront
time-
or $1,000 a month or what?
I'm glad you asked. It's actually it's actually strategic, and so and shout out to Miss Heather Stewart because she helped me kind of work through this process. And so we were thinking, how can we get them in here but make sure they stay too? We don't want someone to just come and they get that.
Exactly. Not just get the bonus and go.
Exactly.
Right.
Yep. So we give them half up front, so they get $2,500 up front. And then the stipulation of earning the other half of it is they have to have stayed through the last day of school, and they have to have gotten proficient on every area of their evaluation. And so that continues to have them here. And so hopefully, and so far the one that we have hired and recruited so far is meeting those stipulations.
Okay, so you've just done one so far. Okay, but you've got 2
one-
positions?
One more open.
Right. What about math? Are you considering that for math, or do you already have enough math teachers?
We're fully staffed right now, except for the EC position, and I do have a 5th grade position. But that's one of my next kind of thoughts is, all right, now what? Now if something opens up mid-year, if something opens up next year, what are those highly targeted areas? And it's not necessarily math for elementary school. That tends to be more middle and high.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but it could be 4th and 5th grade. It could
Right.
be something else.
And one other question. Because this is, when we talk about bonuses, this is the question the principals bring up to me. How do the other teachers who, let's say, came on last year and didn't get that bonus, how do they feel about this new person all of a sudden getting a bonus?
So that is actually one reason I was very nervous to do this program, because what I didn't want to do is come in and start, because when I first started in July, there were several positions open. There were probably 9 teaching positions open, and I thought, well, I could do a big recruitment bonus for anyone who's coming, and I thought, no, that's awful. If I were an existing staff member, I would protest. And so what I did was I talked to the school improvement team. I started getting teachers' kind of reactions, engaging them, and then I realized that with our data, it really is that EC position that I need to target right now. But I then offered a $1,000 recruitment bonus, kind of to help me recruit. And so I have awarded 2 of those because one, now what it did do is it brought conversation. And so over the summer, that's one of the things I put out was, all right, I'm offering through Restart $1,000. If this person ends up being hired and they're the one chosen and they're qualified, you get $1,000. And so far I've only had 2 that actually claimed, but what it did do is bring out conversation.
I'm going to recommend Ms. Bruno
All
as an
right.
EC teacher to claim my $1,000.
I'd love to have you, Ms. Bruno.
But that's, by the way, that's an interesting thing. It's on my credit card all the time. If you have somebody sign up for another credit card, they give you an extra amount of money.
Yeah, that's right.
But it seems to work. And one of the reasons why I like these gatherings that we have here is that I think we learn quite a bit from different principals, and maybe this is something that we need to look at, Dr. Locklear, and other parts of our system. And my next question is behavior. How do you measure behavior? One of the problems that we've seen is that measuring behavior is, okay, how many referrals do you have to the office?
Right.
And then a teacher gets scared because she says, well, if I have too many referrals to the office, my numbers are going to go up and they're going to really dislike me over in the office because I'm referring too many kids. And so therefore the disruptive kid doesn't get referred to the office and the classroom gets disrupted. How do we measure behavior in order to avoid this problem?
So that's actually one of the things that was in my mind over the summer as well, because I think, if I remember correctly, it was in the school improvement plan last year to measure the amount of office referrals. And what was interesting is when I first started looking through the data, there were a lot of office referrals last year, and I thought, well, it's not necessarily the office referrals. Just because no matter how you take it, if you've got 35 homeroom teachers, and then you have some specialist teachers as well, one person may write up an office referral for something more intense versus another one may code it as a minor referral, or they handle it in the classroom. And so it kind of is twofold. It really has to start with doing some professional development with the teachers to help make sure that we're all aligned with putting in the referrals. And that comes through the PLTs that we have. And the other part is it really, one measure is Educator's Handbook to look at the amount of referrals, but I think another part of it is also subjective data. It's perceptual data. It's looking at the TWC, the teacher working conditions. It's talking to the teachers. It's also looking at the amount of suspensions. Inevitably, that tends to be kind of what I land on, is how many out-of-school suspensions have we done, how many in-school suspensions, what can we do to help curb the behavior of these specific students.
Right. And actually, one of the things that does amaze me is that that there needed to be a special grant to have kids do times tables, you know. And I'm glad that we're going back to those things, the basics, the times tables, the memory, because there are certain things that you just have to memorize, and the like. And one other thing I want to congratulate you on is you seem to be making progress on the African American students with regard to math and reading performance. But we can't lose track of the fact that still on grade level performance on reading, African American students are 28.2. And that's down from 32.5 pre-pandemic. And yet the overall performance is not quite double, but it's still high.
I agree.
So we've got to look at that as closely. I trust you. I know you're doing it. So I just want to emphasize that. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
For all your support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gail.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Excellent.
Have a great day.
All right. Yep. Mr. Krasicki was here for Southern Middle School, so he is up next. And again, I think you'll hear from Mr. Krasicki, again, much to celebrate. And they are 2 years in a row have not been low performing, so now are off the consistently low performing list. And this year's plan will be a 2-year plan. So no, Southern Middle will continue to grow. So Mr. Krasicki will be right in.
Still morning time. I was supposed to be here afternoon.
Good morning, Mr. Krasicki.
How are y'all?
Good, how are you?
Oh, we're swapping out.
I don't think Mr. Krasicki needs any introductions. We all know Coach K.
Hey, how y'all? Are we ready to get started, or?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay.
Welcome. Go ahead.
Welcome, Sean. Thanks
All
for
right,
being
sorry.
here. I was bragging on your school's performance, and 2 years in a row, no longer being low performing, coming out of the consistent low performing schools list. Proud of the Dragons. Proud of the work that you're leading, your staff's leading over there. So I'll turn it right over to you, Sean, to highlight your growth and your focus for improvement this year.
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Locklear, and I'm also proud of our school. Coming in as first year as a principal, there's a lot of shaping that takes place because you want to make the school align with where you are and who you are, and a lot of challenges at Southern Middle School, but I am proud of the overall outcome. It's a 2-year school improvement plan. We haven't, we made some adjustments, but the 2-year plan has been solid. I'm happy about the progress we made last year, and we met with school improvement toward the end of the year, and then of course over the summer a few times, and made some fine tunings, but it is that old-fashioned 2-year plan, and I'm proud of the work that we're doing. And some of the highlights, of course, is that we went up 4 points, which is great. We were within 2 points, 1.6 of meeting high growth, which was a high water mark certainly for Southern Middle School, and I have high confidence that will exceed growth this year. That's a very, very big deal. Middle schools have some complications with that across the state, and we're proud of how close we are with that right now. As far as our math and reading performance, reading sort of carried a big part of our success last year. We still have a lot of work to do, particularly with the 8th grade math is something that we are continuing to work on. And of course, our subgroups did well. They maintained and they kept up with the growth that we expected, but there's still gaps, and we are addressing those this year in a little more detail in the school improvement plan. I don't know how fast I'm supposed to hammer through these. Okay, great. All right, so here is the meat and potatoes. We went from within the margins, they call it the whisker, within the whisker in 21, 22, they met expected growth, but it's still a negative number, so it's within one standard deviation, so they give it to you. But you'll appreciate there in 22, 23, we're well past the whisker, and it's legitimately meeting growth and getting pretty darn close to exceeding growth. So we're proud of that work. And again, we pulled up the 4 points, which is not at the base of a C, but into the meat of a C grade. And the expectation is we get up to that 65 this year, which is our 2-year goal, and we still have it as our 2-year goal. And we're proud of that work as well. It gets us out of low performing status, but we get to keep our restart status as long as we are growing. So we did some work in the spring regarding a revisit of the vision and mission, and with a strong effort to align with the mission and vision for the district, of course. And I'm proud of the simplicity of this. You can see in the vision statement, it is that students are excelling because of accomplished teaching and connections with our community. I think that's elegant and very accurate in terms of what the vision for a public middle school should be. And then the mission statement's even simpler, which is we are preparing them to be successful in high school. So we kind of looked at what the district's doing in terms of being prepared through high school into the adulthood, and we took our section, which is making sure they're ready for 9th grade, which is something that I said for the entire year when I meet with children. That's probably one of the first things that comes out of my mouth. My job is to make sure you're ready for 9th grade. That's it. And so the team kind of ran with that, and that's what we're doing for our mission and vision there. And you can see here our target is 65, which was the same as last year's 2-year target. This is the second year of that 2 years. And here is our goal 1, which is of course getting us down into the 65, and we did make some commitments with our subgroups there to really try to pull those further ahead and have them exceed. We noticed overall our Black and Hispanic students and white students perform better than ever. Our multiracial students, which is about, I think it's 39 students. I don't have that right in my head in a second, but it's around 40 students, which is not insignificant. Did take a dip last year, so we want to bring them back up to where we expect them to be aligned with everybody else. And then the last bullet there is probably the biggest work that we're doing this year, the biggest shift. By November last year, we noticed that we probably weren't being as targeted with our interventions as we needed to be if we were really going to grow every child. So we started researching, visiting other schools, digging in. There's a wealth of knowledge with the Restart community. There's a lot of schools that connect on a monthly basis, and we tapped into that, and Department of Public Instruction, and a couple groups of us went out to visit these other schools and talk to these other schools to see what we're doing, and just basically stealing from them. And the intervention plan that we have this year, we started working on in November last year, and we really put our shoulder into it all summer. And it is truly systematic. It involves every adult in the building every day. And we go on the EVOS data, which is the EOG data that the state provides, to put them in specific targeted groups where they can focus on their math or reading each day with a lesson that is tailored for them and pre-made so that a non-content teacher can deliver that instruction to that child every single day. It's a lot of work. It's what the other schools that we visited do, and it's what we're doing this year. And if you'd asked me where I'd like to be in January, if I, thinking ahead when we were making this plan, because you got to build the whole thing. These other schools have been doing it 6, 8. One group had been doing this for 13 years to get where they are. It's a lot of work. I would say by January I'd want to be X with this process, and I would say by the 4th week of school we were already at X. Very proud of my staff and where they've taken this so far. Okay, this is exactly what we did last year. It's just continuing to meet weekly with the teams and talk about the importance of aligning the standards. It may seem redundant, but we have a lot of teacher turnover. The beginning teachers, I think we have 16 teachers in the building that are not just old school beginning where they came out of a teaching program, but these are folks that didn't come out of any teaching experience whatsoever. And so sticking to the fundamentals is always important, but it's more important than ever before. So we're continuing to drive this work with the staff every week. And, we're not getting any pushback or anything. It's just making sure that everybody knows what we're supposed to be doing every single day in terms of planning and preparing for the teaching of those students. Just to continue with that, just continue the work, the professional learning team. That's some of that teacher speak that gets thrown around, but what I will tell you in all sincerity is that as I've done this now for many, many years, I just can't even imagine doing things in isolation anymore. Just the inefficiency and the lack of an outcome. I have to be with a few people when I'm making any decisions, and any good ideas come out of a group of people sitting around together, at least 3. And so that's all that is. It's just professional collaboration. It's just getting a few more people in the room to make decisions instead of sitting in your room. Old school, when I started teaching in the 90s, you just get your planner out and get the textbook and have at it. Mm-hmm. That's just not as good as it needs to be. Okay, and then goal 2, we attacked this a pretty unique way a couple years ago, and we're sticking to it. This is, rather than look at the discipline from an approach of reducing suspensions per se as a goal, because that can be manipulated, as we all know. We tackled it as a response to how the perception of behavior is and the perception of the qualities of being an effective school are based on the teacher working conditions survey. Excellent way to do this. I believe in it deeply, and we just continue to quarterly tap into the teachers, see where we sit with this, and then it's exactly aligned. So in May or whenever they hand that out, our teachers will take the teacher working conditions and we'll have our results, and it's a, you know, it's a standards-based results that they've been doing in the state for many, many years. So we want to make sure students follow the rules of conduct, and then also school administrators consistently enforce the rules. And I know it looks like a big jump to go from 42 to 86, but I heard you guys talking with the other schools when I was in there. You can't get anything else done if you don't get this done. So if I can't get teachers thinking that I'm supporting them with discipline, then there's not a lot else to talk about. So
Indeed.
going from 42 to 50 something or other doesn't have any satisfaction whatsoever for me. So I'd like every teacher to say that, but in a building with 80 people or something, you know, I can take a couple.
Just a quick question. When was this teacher working survey administered?
They do it every other year.
Right, so was this 2 years ago? Was this 2022 or was this 2023?
2022.
2022?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when did you join Southern Middle School?
I joined it just after they administered the teacher working conditions. So correct. I was still at West End. So the last data was I was at West End for that data. I was not the principal at Southern Middle when they took it last time.
Right. And I'm sorry, this is an important question. When did you join? Was it spring of 2022?
Late spring, early summer. I don't remember.
June,
exactly.
if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken. It was June 2022.
2022. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
At the end of the school year.
officially it was July 1, I think, but I started poking around.
End of the school year.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they announced it.
Doing your recon.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly right. And then the rest of that is just what we believe is what you need to have a highly effective academic school, which is teachers have influence in decision making. You can see we want to be up above close to 90% on all of that. So teachers are effective leaders, and teachers or whatever, good at making decisions. That has always been important to me, and it's how I work in a school. And I'm happy to say we're well on our way based on the dipstick data that we do. I just did one, and right now, and it could change, but right now the teachers are effective leaders in the schools at 100%. But, you know, somebody could maybe not think that's true by May, but we're going to keep working on it. And then the last one is facilities and resources. That 64 is not acceptable, and we can make a bunch of excuses about we're understaffed and all that stuff, but it's still not acceptable. So we want to get that up to 80%. That continues to be a challenge, but it's important. It's important for the face of the school. Yes.
Is there a maintenance problem? Because we've gotten some feedback on that.
I would say that Southern Middle is looking better than I've seen it in a while, is my answer. And we continue to work on making it even better every single day.
Okay.
That's my answer to that.
Very good.
And then here's some of the action steps we're doing. We did include sort of a behavior lesson every week. We're noticing kids just kind of lost the plot in terms of understanding how to behave in public and how to talk in public, not just the schoolhouse. I'm just gonna say that's probably a little more personal opinion, and it's our job to teach them that. I mean, that's part of the job. Our job is if kids, behavior is communication, and so if kids aren't behaving well, it's our job to assess that and help them process through that. So again, they're ready for 9th grade. It's not acceptable that we send kids that aren't ready for 9th grade. So that's what we're doing. we are continuing to work with the district, and there's a middle school discipline matrix, and we're piloting that this year. And I think there's a lot of value in having a little more systematic approach to that. We went old school and got some planners this year so that there's two-way communication between the home on a piece of paper. And that's been going around a long time, but we did it at the elementary school just a couple years ago, and I loved it, and parents loved it, and all that stuff. So let's get some planners back. And I think that's all on this slide. Talking a lot. Let's see. We are doing a lot more distributive leadership with teachers. One of the things we're doing with some of our Restart budget is that we took a chunk of that money and we're giving it to teacher leaders for doing extra work. So rather than hire externally or add necessarily another person, we're saying, no, if you want to come in and be a leader of this committee and really, put some extra hours in there, we want to honor you for that. Or like what the high schools do with grade level chairs, they get a little extra something to be the grade level chair because it's a significant thing. So we're trying to emulate that and make it into something, honor the time and effort that teachers do, but then also hold them accountable for leading those. I just noticed a lot of things bottleneck with administrators, and we want to eliminate the bottlenecks, and the way you do that is you distribute that stuff down so people can have ownership and take care of it, so it doesn't have to bottleneck up to 1 or 2 people in a school with 700-800 people going through it every day.
I need to clarify something.
Sure.
Ma'am. When we say distributive leadership, are we allocating authority or responsibility or both?
I don't know exactly what that means. Can you explain?
I mean, ultimately, you're responsible.
That's
correct.
Yeah. Yes.
So
I'm responsible.
right. So when you distribute your leadership, you're distributing the authority. You're granting authority for people to make decisions in your stead. Yes.
Yes, I would say yes. Trust but confirm, as Reagan would say. The groups, there's a lot of decisions that have to be made. Deciding when the pep rally is going to be is one of them, or deciding which group of kids, what's the most efficient way to bring a group of kids that are of academic concern to the team. If it all has to go on me making these decisions one after the other, or you get a group of expert teachers in and they say, this is what we've decided, Krinsicki, do you support this? That's generally the way that works. So if it's the low-level stuff, like we're going to have this kind of pep rally, then it's mostly, hey, Krinsicki, we're going to have this kind of pep rally, you good with it? And then if it's something more detailed, like this is the process we want to push forward to make sure that kids with these behaviors are addressed in this way, then maybe I sit down with the chair and we talk it through and go back to the committee if they need to make some adjustments.
Okay. Good. Great. Because you're also growing you're developing leaders in the process as a collateral aspect of this thing.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
good.
sir.
Great.
Yeah, and a lot of that is pushing it back because they don't want to make the decision, but they're perfectly capable of doing so. So you push it back and say, nope, you guys
Think it
need to
through.
decide this before you give it back to me. Yeah,
Okay.
that
Great.
kind
Super.
of-
Thank you.
yes. And then some effort we're doing to clean the campus and get some checklists. I just fine-tuned those checklists this week and redistributed who's doing what in the building to try to get that place in tip-top shape. This is the slide you guys wanted about duty-free lunch. And in middle school, they have 90 minutes of planning, and we've made sure that that's honored, and it hovers around, at least part of that planning hovers around a respectable time to eat their lunch. And so we feel that this is something, certainly compared to the challenges I know from elementary school of trying to work out, elementary teachers just have a little pile of children with them all day long, and so it's a little harder. But at the secondary level, there is space. Teachers do have space from children during their work day, every single day. Any questions with that specifically? Okay. I feel like I left a lot out, and yet I talked a lot. So if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Does the board have questions?
I have a comment. I was just gonna say, I've seen your leadership at West End Elementary. I've known you for quite some time, and I applaud you because I see some of the leadership that you had at West End, and you're incorporating into Southern Middle, and I see it really working in a positive aspect and a positive light. Because working as a team takes ownership, so I think that's a great thing that you're doing. So I just wanted to applaud you on that.
Thank you.
I have a comment about the minor detail of maybe to some that, I believe I understand that the name at each one of these, goals or whatnot has a name, and that's your school improvement team people, and giving them their due credit and, responsibility. That's great. I mean, that's.
Yeah,
and,
I
that's,
probably meant to leave that off, but yeah, that's
Oh.
exactly what that is. That
No,
is
but
what
it's-
that is. I just pasted it,
Yeah.
that system, the electronic system's complicated for me, so I
No,
paste it
that's-
into a piece of paper and I keep it
I didn't
on
mean
my
to,
desk.
I wasn't critiquing, I thought it was
Yeah.
great, because we can see,
Mhm.
that you're taking what they're giving you and you're working it and giving them the credit and responsibility, so I appreciated it, whether it was meant to be or not.
Other members of the board? Yes, ma'am.
I really believe that we all learn from each other. So you going to visit the other schools, I think that's phenomenal. I just really think that that works, and I always learn from other people. I think that that's great. And you've got quite a job with 16 new teachers, getting them all on the same path, getting them all in the same direction, getting them all with the specific goal. I really admire you for that. That's a really hard job on top of everything else that you have to do. And you're raising the bar high. I love that. Because like we talked before, when you raise the bar high, people actually live up to it. And students love that. They love boundaries. They love discipline. They love seeing that, that they're working hard. To me, it's the only way to build self-esteem. You don't build it by patting somebody on the back and saying, wow, I'm great. It doesn't work that way. Students have to accomplish something. They have to know in their heart that they're doing a good job. So setting the bar like that, I love it. I'm surprised about the school, that the environment isn't as, I don't want to say clean, but isn't the way you want it. And I think that when you're working in an environment like that, if it's clean, if it's spotless, if it's pristine, people will keep it that way. So do you have the kids actually cleaning up? Are they in groups of are they responsible for doing some of the work?
Not in a formal way. We don't have period of day where the kids are cleaning up the campus. No, we don't have that. But in terms of just being responsible, yeah, they pick up after themselves. in the
Like at
classroom.
lunch, do they?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
they do that. All
Yeah.
right. Picking up a piece of paper off the floor, that's easy to do.
Yeah, I don't want to over analyze the cleanliness of the building. It's just the teachers reported 64% of them only said that 2 years ago, and that's important to me. So
That's very important.
I'm very, focused on that to the extent I possibly can be, because I don't think that's just like a throwaway. Like, we don't have to be fighting that one. So let's go ahead and bring that one right along up too.
Okay.
That's more where that's coming from.
Okay, I love it that you did that. The other question I had was planners. Don't all the schools have planners? They don't. Okay.
Yeah, everything's digital.
Okay.
But elementary school, we did I don't know if all the elementary schools did it, but we still used them every year. And I came in, they were using them, and we just kept, something ain't broken. And so I just like the way that two-way communication. I probably brushed over that a little too much, but we are trying to get the community. It's in our vision statement. We're trying to get the community more connected to the school.
Exactly.
And you know, the whatever period, those 2 years of COVID or whatever, just disconnected, and middle school parents in general are less connected academically to their students. I think they'll come out for the basketball game or something, but we don't want to lose any daylight between how it was in elementary, because it's very effective, the communication in my experience.
It is.
And we want to just maintain that through to 9th grade. Again, we just want to make sure that everybody's clear-eyed about what we're doing in the school, and the parents have good, and so having it on a piece of paper and having a parent sign something and having documentation where the parent can see that the teacher wrote in there, whatever it is, we just felt that was a good thing to try this year. And as a middle school teacher, we had them. Like, I'm going back a little bit, but I used them as a middle school teacher for pretty much my whole career.
Yeah, I love planners. I think that's a really good basic way to connect.
Yeah, and the schools we visited both had them, and so that was one of the reasons. And, you know, the idea came from when I was at Pinckney, and the place was kind of needed some work. And so I think I visited 21 different schools in the first year. Most of that was the summer, but I just went across the state. I went as far as the coast, and I went up to Flat Rock up in Hendersonville, wherever that is. And if I saw something, I heard somebody say something, because most of them are flat, and I'd go visit and see what they were doing. And even to see something that didn't work was valuable, because now I can cross that off. All right, I was thinking about doing that, and we're not doing that. And so that's really where that came from, because there is no road map. There's no book you can read, an alternative. There's nothing. You're just going cowboy out there. So that's where that came from. So I was like, we got to find some middle schools that are doing this right. They should be doing worse than us, and they're not. So what are they doing? That's really where that came from.
Okay, and you find that it's working? Parents are communicating with you?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a couple weeks in, not even
Right.
quite of a quarter in. So yes, I'm confident that this is the right thing to do.
And I agree with that. I think you're doing a super job.
Thank you.
Good for you.
I would just like to make one comment. You were one of the first people, you were the first person at what I called Dr. Locklear's strategic reassignments. And just a couple things off the top of my head, not sure they really apply, but when Dr. Locklear mentioned that you were being reassigned, I believe you volunteered actually, to me, two things. One is it showed Dr. Locklear's commitment to really addressing the issues in our troubled schools and putting the right people there. And I felt at the time that you were absolutely the correct person to put there, and I appreciate you stepping up and going there. And I'm convinced even more today that you were the correct person to put there. So thank you.
Thank you.
I did have one more question that Ms. Bruno reminded me of. With your 18 beginning teachers, do they have a mentor there? 16, excuse me.
Yeah, we have a couple different
Okay.
systems in place. They have what's called the mentor that's required by the state, and they do their 10 hours and all that. And then we also have some other systems in place. So like the science teachers, we are given leadership opportunities, some veteran science teachers, and we find time for them to meet and collaborate in addition to the minimal mentor program.
Okay.
And then we also get support from the district. Huge
Okay.
support from the district,
Good.
and I don't mind asking for it, and they don't mind
Okay.
giving it. So if I need something, I ask,
And you get
and
it.
I
Okay.
try to get first in line so I can get what I want out of it, and it seems to be working pretty well.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yep.
One thing you didn't mention, but I'm curious, how's your special bell system going?
The flexible learning.
Flexible learning,
yeah.
whatever it was, that was, to me, was extremely innovative, and I know it's been going on for, what, about 6-9 months, whatever?
Yes, we haven't had one yet this year. We start on October 27th, so that's an early release day for the whole district. But for us, we're just inviting targeted kids. We just sent out our first letters it was either Friday or yesterday, just to invite the kids. We invited more kids than we have in the past. We're trying to really get this institutionalized with our sixth graders, so we over-invited the sixth grade because they don't know any better. This is what we do here. Let's get them trained up. And so we really put our shoulder into that. And so we have the whole plan set out for the 27th, and then we have 6 additional days throughout the school year. And I think that I think it plays really well with the community, and I think the teachers are fully supportive of it as well.
And you did a little bit of it last year, am I right?
Yeah, we did 4 of them in the second semester.
Did
starting
it seem to
January.
work, or was it?
I
is
would
it
say
helping?
that it works. Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll ask, this one goes kind of to the administration. This is a Ken Benway question. When I listen to all the different principals here, and each one of them has actually a different approach, and all the different approaches seem to be very, very good. Are we letting all the other principals know, are we letting the principals know about what all the other principals' special programs are, so that we can do best practices, as Mr. Benway would always say? Maybe that's a question to Dr. Locklear or to Mr. Metcalf.
I'll let Dr. Metcalf answer. I may have something to add. Go ahead, Dr. Metcalf.
Sure. Yes, we try to share best practices. We have 2 meetings a month with our principals. One of those is kind of a nuts and bolts leadership meeting. Another of those is a learning and leading is a part of that. There's opportunity for the principals to share the items that are going on in their buildings, the things that they're working on, things that they may have learned from their visits to other schools. The principals, and we encourage professional learning teams among the principals. And so I think Mr. Konsicki would agree that the middle school team is very tight. They share ideas. They get together for lunch from time to time. We provide them an opportunity when they're on our campus for one of those 2 meetings to come together and on their own have conversations on topics that might be of interest to each other, to share those ideas. We also, Ms. Simon and I put out a weekly newsletter to our principals of all the hot topics. We often share what's going on in a particular school across on a weekly basis. So I think there's opportunity and encouragement to share best practices, as Mr. Benway would say. And Mr. Konsicki's not going to let me stop there.
Just one thing that we've started this year that I really appreciate as we have our monthly meeting is that we have a period of time with just the middle school principals to meet, just like we expect the teachers to meet. And it's protected and it's isolated and it's just us. There's nobody else in the room, and that's a really valuable time. And it's something we've just done, I think, twice. But we started it this school year, and it's really important. We also do breakout. Did you mention breakouts? That's something we've been doing.
I mentioned both of those, Sean.
Oh,
thanks. Thanks for listening to me.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that on the part of both the principals and the administration. Want to get down to one piece of information. We see students with disabilities, especially in reading performance. That's a hard one because I don't know what kind of disabilities you're looking at. But I noticed that, for instance, GLP reading performance for 22-23 for students with disabilities is 6.5%. And that seems to be a tough number. But I guess what I'm trying to find out is should we be paying attention to that number, because disabilities might vary from, I guess, mild disability to extreme disabilities in a closed setting? Or what am I supposed to look at when I look at a number like that?
Yeah, I'm trying to get the total number of students.
Or maybe a small number could be.
Just let me look here. SWD. That's 6.5. It's not a small number. It's 93 students. So that's not a small number of students. So it yes, sir. That's a great question. When you look at the growth, you kind of have to triangulate here. When you look at growth with students with disabilities, they're in the, I don't know what the term, they're in the good 0.72, so they're almost 1 standard deviation above meeting expected growth. So it's kind of kind of a two-way street. It really does depend on the disability, but that's not an acceptable number. We want to get that up. Certainly up as close as we possibly can to the average for the schoolhouse. That's the goal, and that takes a lot of thought, a lot of work. There's a lot that goes into particular children with disabilities to try to bring them up to even Steven. But again, our job is to get them ready for 9th grade, and there's no free lunch there. They got to be able to do it. I think that's for me to come here. Sorry, I came here early. There's no way to get around it. They have the academic expectations all the way up through high school, and it's our job to do everything we can to prepare them. And 6.whatever% of reading is
Yeah,
simply not
it's
acceptable.
concerning.
It is.
That number is particularly concerning.
Yep.
So I know you're working on it. I just want to call your
Yes, sir.
attention to that. And one of the other things is, let me start on a high note. I love physical planners because I assume that's the planner where you put the homework in there and the parent has to sign off. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Because it's a simple two-way communication with the parent, and it's something that computers haven't figured out a way to supplant. And I just really like that. So, want to congratulate you on thinking, especially one of the great things that I think when you came with us at Southern Middle is that you think outside the box, and I think this whole school board appreciates that kind of thinking. So, with that, unless there are other questions, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have lunch here if you want to take a break for lunch. And then we would have Cranes Creek on Lacey Middle. So.
Okay, so am I working about half an hour? Is that okay for everybody? Meet back at 1 o'clock? Done. We're in recess.
Thank you.
Okay. Calling us back into session, Dr. Locklear, let's continue with the reports.
Thank you, Chair Levy. We now have Cranes Creek Middle School here, Principal T.J. Martin, and I think Mike is going to give a little bit of a preview here of our next two schools that are presenting. They both Cranes Creek and Elise were designated as low-performing schools coming into this year. Were not last year. Certainly, that's a concern of both schools, but I am highly confident that both schools have a plan of improvement, and we're going to see great growth under their leadership, both Mr. Martin and at Elise Middle as well. So, Mike?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate the board's engagement this morning and looking forward to this afternoon with two principals from two schools that, as Dr. Locklear mentioned, are low performing. They have a low performing designation. I thought we would just take a quick moment to share out what that means and a little background information of that. Of course, general statute defines low performing. It states that low performing schools are those that receive a school performance grade of a D or an F and a school growth score of met expected growth or not met expected growth. We have the two schools that we'll be sharing this afternoon. There are some requirements that come along with being a low performing school. One is a principal decision that the superintendent, Dr. Locklear, would make from 4 options. I will note that each of our low-performing schools, Elise, Cranes Creek Middle, Aberdeen Elementary School, and Robbins Elementary School, all have new principals going into this school year or came on just recently at the end of last year. So just wanted to note that. There are some requirements that the principal has in terms of the observations. They have to speed up the evaluation process, if you will. Need to make sure that they do it early enough to allow adequate time for a mandatory improvement plan if need be. So based on that formal observation or other available evaluation data, the administrator assigns performance ratings, and they can put the employee on a mandatory improvement plan. They could dismiss or demote an employee or recommend non-contract renewal. They can remove them immediately if the conduct is substantial, or they can make no recommendations with an explanation to the superintendent if, for example, their ratings are below standard. So just wanted to share out some of the requirements, and we'll come back to that one. And we'll start with Mr. Martin. I did want to say this about Mr. Martin. When we had some disruption at Cranes Creek last year, I had several principals call me up, opened and became available, and they said, you know who would be great, Dr. Metcalf? T.J. Martin would be great. And I said, well, I think T.J. Martin would be a great principal for Cranes Creek Middle School too, but I'm certainly not going to arm twist him to do that. And lo and behold, I think 24 hours later, I got a call from Mr. Martin and said, Dr. Metcalf, I'd like to throw my hat into the ring. That'd be something that I'd be interested in doing. So I have great appreciation for Mr. Martin and the work that he's done in short order at Cranes Creek Middle School, and I'll turn it over to him for his school improvement plan.
Thank you, Dr. Metcalf. Quite an introduction there. As you all know, Dr. Locklear stated, I'm T.J. Martin, principal at Cranes Creek Middle School. Started at Cranes Creek in April during spring break, and this is 7 weeks into the school year now, so haven't been there very long. Last year, you can see our data dropped significantly. That's something that we acknowledged immediately when I got there, and we've done a lot of work over the summer. One of the biggest challenges that we had was hiring new staff. The last count, we have hired 21 new staff members in the building. So it's a significant turnover, but I can tell you that there are a lot of good people in the building right now. So the turnover was not necessarily a bad thing. It just brings a new opportunity for people to come in, do things the Cranes Creek way. And as you can see, pretty much across all of our subgroups, or with all of our subgroups, we did drop in proficiency, but that's something that we have addressed head on, and we are rising to the challenge. We've set some goals. We hope to exceed those goals in terms of our proficiency, and just looking over our iReady diagnostic data, we're actually in really good shape right now, much better than what these numbers show you today. Breakdown for reading and math. Math took our biggest hit last year in terms of the drop in proficiency, but we have actually, we have a whole new math department this year. There's not one teacher left on campus from last year who's teaching math. So that basically gives us a fresh start. We can build from the ground up And through all of this, that's really the approach that we've taken is we're starting from scratch and just rebuilding and going from there. Reading was a little bit less of a drop. We did have staff members remain in our ELA classes, or most of our ELA classes. We did have one leave due to PCS orders in 8th grade. But again, ELA or reading overall has also been a major focus for us, and I'll talk a little bit about that in our SIP plan. You can see our trend here. Last year, we took a significant drop in terms of EVOS, -8. That is something it's a very low number and something that the staff looked at and really took to heart, but it was also a building opportunity for this year. So when we brought our new people in, we did discuss this, and the reality is went down last year, but we have a lot of opportunity for growth. And that's one thing that we've noticed in our data is that our data is trending upward for this school year. Going back to the past, they've met growth for 3 years, and then again, there was a does not meet expected growth back in 16-17. As far as our performance grade, we did drop to a D last school year, which put us in the low performing status. But if you look at the trend, they have maintained a C in the past, and that's something that I fully believe that we can get back to after this year and continue to build off of that and get to that B and hopefully an A status one day. Go ahead. Soon, very soon. We're on the same page with that. And this, I will tell you, the staff is too. They want success and results now. I mean, it's a vibe throughout the entire building. It's not just something that I put forth. They're invested in it as well. I mean, this is a 2-year plan, but we're looking at it somewhat as a 1-year plan because we want the improvement in this 1 year as a staff. Vision and mission. We did condense this down a little bit this year, and I will tell you, with so many new people in the building, this is something that we're going to tackle at the end of the school year and basically redefine Cranes Creek. It was difficult to do this over the summer because we didn't have much staff to get involved, and I didn't want this to be a TJ Martin vision and mission. I wanted this to be a school vision and mission. Part of that involves the community as well, getting them involved in it and redefining Cranes Creek in a sense. So for now, we want to cultivate, inspire excellence in every student, and I can assure you, if you see us walking in the hallways, we're trying to do that every single day, whether it's academics, behavior, any of the above. Our mission, we want to promote active learning, and I want to highlight that because if you go in a classroom, I want to see kids actively learning, and that's what the teachers want to see. Not just regurgitating information, writing things on paper, but actively learning, being engaged in the lesson, and making sure that they have the knowledge and skills necessary for success so that when they leave Cranes Creek and go to the high school, they are set up for success regardless of their ability or background. We also want them to become more responsible citizens. And that means, I tell them every single day, when you leave this campus at 3 o'clock, you're still representing that school. People know where you go to school, so you are representing the school and your community to be that successful citizen. Our beliefs, we'll go through them briefly. Learning environment that's safe, challenging, and positive, and I want to highlight the safe and challenging. Obviously, we want it to be positive, but we want our kids to feel safe, and that's something that we have addressed head on from day one. No matter how minor a student or a parent thinks something is, we want them to feel safe coming to school, but we also want to challenge our students every single day and build that growth mindset with them. We want them to be lifelong learners because I tell the kids frequently that when I became a principal, the learning didn't stop, it actually began, because you don't jump in the seat and think, well, I know it all. It doesn't happen that way, and it's the same way with the kids. You may master this test, make a 100, but that doesn't mean the learning has stopped. We want active engagement. You want to walk in the classroom, see kids learning, actively participating, and we've seen quite a bit of that this year. We want a positive learning environment through communication of staff, students, parents, and community, and that's another big piece that we've tackled this year is improving the communication with the parents and the community. trying to get them involved in the learning process. Want to hold high expectations, and I can tell you up front, I started that from day one when I started in April. We're going to have high expectations here, and you're going to rise to the challenge. And if you don't meet the expectation, then we come up with another plan to help you, support you in meeting that expectation. We want to support and encourage students and staff achievements, and that's something that we have done this year. If we do something good, we want to celebrate it. If we see something we need to fix, we want to get it fixed as soon as possible, if not immediately. Educational responsibility lies with everyone, and that starts with me. And that's providing the support, the admin team providing the support, but also shifting responsibility to the student. It's like I tell the kids, I passed 7th grade, it's now your turn. So you've got to rise to the challenge and meet the expectation. We also believe that every student has a success story waiting to emerge. And that means that any kid who walks in our building, we're here to educate you, we're here to help you improve academically with your behavior and as a citizen, so that when you leave our building, you do it the right way, you improve. All right, so first goal here, we're looking at teacher working conditions survey. We want to improve our number that people believe that Cranes Creek is a good place to work and learn. That's our staff we're talking about. So in 21-22, we were at 67% who believe that. Our goal is to get it to 90. Obviously, we want it 100, but we're being a little bit realistic here. 90% is our goal, and that's going to be built in through our action steps. So we're doing, on here it says monthly check-in meetings for some teachers and staff. I'll be honest with you, it's every single day that we check in with them. What are your needs? What do you need support with? Things like that. We want to give teachers personalized PD. A lot of that for the first 9 weeks has been driven around our math teachers, knowing or getting information from them and figuring out how we can support them, because we know that math was a challenge last year. We want to give teachers the opportunity to visit other classrooms, and I'm not saying within Cranes Creek, but I tell a lot of our new teachers are like thieves. You go into a classroom and you steal ideas from people who are doing it right. And that's one thing that we want to help our new teachers do, is go into a classroom, get some ideas. It may not be the same content area, but you're looking at strategies that you can then implement in your classroom, and that's where we follow up with our support, how we make it work in a different content area. We want an open door policy, and if you're ever in my office, it is a revolving door, to be completely honest with you. And I told them that day one, when I say it's an open door policy, that means you come in. I'm a big believer in, if you have an issue or something that we need to address, let's talk about it. Don't put it on the back burner. You can send an email if you want, but I'd rather talk it out in person, and let's get a plan together immediately to address it. And then the last one is the admin team will consistently assign consequences. And that's something that we have tackled hard. Probably the hardest out of anything right now is improving the consistency with the office referrals and the discipline. We've done a lot of work with that. I know that we are piloting the middle school behavior matrix, giving some feedback on that as far as the way things are going or things we may need to tweak. But the key word there for us is the consistency. And the kids know that if you ask them. You go in the classroom, they'll tell you, hey, if this happens, what's going to be the consequence? And we finally reached a point where they know the expectation and the consequence. Goal 2, again, looking at teacher working conditions survey, centers on student conduct. So consistently enforce rules for conduct. We're going to increase it from 54 to 80%. And again, that's just focusing on the consistency piece with the discipline. So like I said, we have our pilot behavior matrix that we're implementing. We've given teachers a flow chart so that they know exactly what the steps are in terms of consequences and interventions with discipline. And the effort is to create consistency. So we have the consistency on the admin side, but we also want to create consistency with the teams and the teachers in the building. So for example, our 8th grade teachers know if this happens in the building or in the classroom, here's step 1, here's step 2, and we go from there. And we've had a lot of conversation around that, because anytime you're in a pilot, you're going to have changes to that. You're going to have to make some tweaks, and that's something that we've done from the very beginning. So we're creating and implementing lessons focused on processes, procedures, and expectations, and that has been huge this year. If you watch our teachers, they are escorting kids to and from class sometimes. They're spread out all throughout the building during transitions. We brought every student into the building this year, and we knew we would have to look at our transitions closely to see where our problems are, and we've had to make some tweaks to that. For example, our 8th graders are escorted from the gym back to their classes around the back side of the school to limit interaction with 6th graders. So those are some things that we've put in place once the school year started. And we spent about a week or two during our flex intervention time discussing that with the students, all teachers. They went in, discussed the processes, procedures, the expectations, so that they knew they show up in my office, it's already been explained to you, here's where we're going next. Last, we're going to use our S2S Club to help our new students learn the processes and procedures as well. We have started making a slight shift where we're starting to get kids enrolled back in the school, whether that's new kids or kids who were here in the past. And so it's a reminder for them as well, hey, here's the Cranes Creek way. Here's the expectation, processes, procedures. And there's a lot of value in hearing it from a peer. You know, you have the value in hearing it from the adult, but the thought is if you hear it enough, eventually it's going to sink in and resonate with you. Sorry, that was not the last one. PBI's program, we want to reinforce positive behavior. One thing when I started, I got a lot of feedback from parents that our kids who are doing it the right way are not getting recognized enough. So that's one thing that we wanted to emphasize this year, are those kids who do it the right way every single time. And we know that kids are going to make mistakes, but we also want to celebrate the ones who are going to class, doing what they're supposed to do, not misbehaving as well. We are capturing Kids Heart School. We're going to implement that with Fidelity. And that's all about building relationships. That's a big thing for me. The thought behind it is if you develop relationships with your kids, makes it a lot easier for them to learn, makes it a lot easier to hand out a consequence. They understand the why behind it and don't reach for these odd excuses, as I would say. And then again, the admin team consistently assign consequences. That's one that we check daily. We have an admin team meeting once a week, but we also get together and talk about these situations. I've had people call me and say, hey, what did you do in this particular situation? Here's what I did. So the consistency there is going to improve. Goal number 3, this is our academic goal. So we want to raise our grade level proficiency from 47.3 to 52.3 measured by EOG test. Again, this is a 2-year plan, so we set it at 5%. But like I said earlier, we're aiming high. I mean, we're going strong to get it higher than 5%. We also want to exceed expected growth. So you can see that our EVOS growth index was -8 roughly, and we want to get it to at least a 2, which would have us in the exceeding growth category. And I've had conversations with the staff about how this year we have a good opportunity to do that, and our data is starting to support that. We know there's learning gaps. We know there's things that we need to go back and hit again, but throughout the year, like I remind them, it's a marathon, not a sprint. We have an opportunity to really knock it out the park this year with our growth. Here's how we're going to do it. So the first thing we did, we created a master schedule. And this is a common middle school master schedule, but we actually looked at ours in terms of the EC teacher, the AIG teacher, and the ESL teacher to give them opportunities to plan with their co-teacher. So we're hitting 3 different groups of kids. One thing that I noticed immediately looking at our data from last year was our top students dropped. So they may have been proficient, they may have been 3 or a 4, but in terms of their growth, they dropped as well. So that's one that we threw in there. We hired an AIG teacher, and I've had at least 10 meetings with her where we tried to figure out what's the best way to service these kids. And at this time, we're doing a combination of push-in, where she supports with their ELA or their math teacher, but also does some pull-out stuff as well. So it's a good combination of the two. Our EC teachers are targeting, obviously, our EC students, and they're having to drill down to some of the basic needs some of our kids have. For example, one of our sixth grade EC teacher is going back to some phonics stuff during our intervention time, because that was the need that came up in our data. We also do have a pocket of EL students in there. We're in the process of hiring our ESL teacher, but we've also put some pieces in place to help support them as well in their regular classrooms. We're going to use the Plan, Do, Study, Act framework for our PLT work. Sorry about that. Biggest thing there is the learning gaps that we've identified. So we know the learning gaps are there between the content, between the students. So step one was identifying those learning gaps and figuring out where to target the growth. Where can we get the most bang for our buck? And one thing that we've done from the gate or out of the gate is during Flex, we're focusing specifically on math. That was our biggest need from the data last year. So we're focusing on math. For the second 9 weeks, we're going to switch it to ELA, have a reading focus. And then for the second semester, we're going to dig into the data a little more with iReady and see where the greatest need is in terms of an individualized basis. The whole point here is to close the learning gaps that we've established or identified. We're also giving academic support to our 2 virtual teachers. So we are doing a, is it a pilot officially for our virtual teachers?
I want to use the word pilot.
Okay, it's not a pilot.
We're trying to resolve some issues and one option to help resolve the issue.
Yeah, so we have 2 virtual math teachers, and we're trying to give them a ton of support because this is something new for our kids and at the school. And I know Chair Levy, he visited one of the classrooms as well. So the idea behind it is we have a teacher who's coming in virtually. This is not a virtual classroom. This is not kids sitting on a Chromebook with headphones learning their math that way. So we've really had to do a lot of work on how we make it, I like to call it a blend. So the teacher's in there virtually, but the kids are actually doing pencil and paper math, calculators, all the above, with a Reach associate in there who can provide support as well. We also,
Just on that subject,
Go ahead.
Were you able to get a larger picture of the teacher?
so that's one thing that we looked at on the workday on Monday. We ran some tests with it. One of the things that we found is the teachers are very strong about eye contact, even though it's virtually.
Right.
So they want their focus to be on the teacher. And when we did the split screen, what we found is a lot of kids are looking at the screen that has the work or the lesson on it and not looking at the teacher. So that's one of the cues that we are doing right now is if you were piping in virtually, I can see your eyes looking at me and I know you're with me. So we're going to continue to do some work around that to see what's the best way to do it. But the main thing here is we want the kids to stay focused in there and have their focus on the teacher.
That's cool.
So-
Okay.
So just to, I'm going to sidetrack this for just a minute. So when you say split screen, do you have 2 different monitors, teachers on one, coursework's on the other? Or do you mean
yeah.
splitting one monitor?
So right now we have 2 different TVs. So one of the setups is a mobile cart with a big TV on it, large speaker system, and it has a wide angle camera that will show the entire classroom, and it allows for 2-way communication. And what Mr. Levy was looking at or asking about was utilizing both TVs. So TV 1 would have your paper copy or your lesson on there, and TV 2 would show the teacher like a full screen.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the issues we found with having those 2 TVs is teacher may be talking and kids looking at screen 1 with the work, and the teacher's trying to look for engagement.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that we focused on from the very beginning was how do we keep the kids engaged with a virtual teacher? Because the Reach associate can go around and say, hey, pay attention and all of that. But that teacher, they're so invested in it. I mean, they want to see, hey, you're looking at the screen in that sense. So we're gonna try some different things.
Did you try putting the monitor that has the teacher on top of the monitor that has the coursework, so they're looking at the same place, just a little lower or higher?
That's a
rather than doing
possibility.
this?
I need to see if that cart, the mobile cart, allows you to adjust the height. So I know Mr. Herring's been doing a lot of work with that as well, trying to figure out what's the best setup for it. Because right now the technology's there, it's just what's ideal
Yeah.
as far as the classroom goes.
Yeah, it seems like if you could put the image of the teacher on top, or the, vice versa, that way the teacher, everyone's looking at the teacher, not as you, I understand what, anyway, I
Yeah.
diverted into a ditch, sorry.
No, that's fine. Yeah, you basically want one focal point,
Right.
and having both the assignment or the lesson and the teacher there together, and not have your teacher be a little picture,
Icon.
like picture in a
Right.
picture, for
Right.
example. Let's see. We're digging into our lesson plans, making sure the alignment's there and the rigor's there. Where we're looking at learning targets. These are all the Moore County Schools lesson plan components, the objectives. Small group instruction has been a big one. Most classrooms have the kidney table in there that allows the teachers to pull small groups for kids who need extra support. Another big thing we've done this first 9 weeks is looking at the CFAs. Those are your common formative assessments. And what teachers are doing in the same subject area, the same grade, is they're given that assessment and then identifying the learning gaps within that assessment. So it really helps build the PLT work by analyzing those common formative assessments. And we break our PLTs down into 2 days. So on Tuesdays, they look at the data, they identify the needs. And then on Thursdays, where they do the planning part of it. So they're putting the data or bringing in the data first and then going into the planning from there. And the CFAs have really helped a lot this first 9 weeks. So much so that our 8th grade science teacher comes in jumping for joy when her kids are in the 80s and 90s on a CFA. So it's worked really well. Small group instruction, I hinted on that a little bit. That's one thing that we're pushing as well, because we know that we have pockets of kids in each class who just need additional support. So that's an opportunity when kids are doing independent work. Teacher can pull those 2 or 3 students just to make sure that they've mastered it, or give them a little bit extra support to help out with the mastery there. Is that the right slide? All right, there we go. So as I mentioned before, AIG, that's been a big push as well, because those kids, we did see a dip in those, as we did school-wide. So she's pushing into ELA classes, she's co-teaching lessons, but she also does some pull-out work with them as well. So that's been, to really reach our high-achieving students, that's been a helpful thing this year. As I mentioned, just elaborating a little more, the ESL teacher push into the core classes, focus on our EL students, and that's something that we're going to get going a little more heavily once that teacher completes their onboarding stuff. The last one there is a big one for me, but it's something when you're rebuilding, basically from the ground up, you have Tier 1 instruction, rigorous Tier 1 instruction in all classes. And that's going back to the basics of teaching. And for a lot of our teachers who are brand new, the residency, they don't know any different. So it's a really good opportunity for us to really start fresh and say, here's our Tier 1 instruction. This is what instruction should look like. Here's how you know the students are grasping and mastering the concept. And then we continue to build off there. And if need be, go to our Tier 2 and our Tier 3 interventions that provide more intensive support, running it through MTSS and our problem-solving team. So like I said earlier, Flex this 9 weeks has really focused on math interventions. And that, again, that was our biggest deficit last year. Our overall EVOS for math, I think, was -9-ish. So we've really done a lot of work this past 9 weeks, or this quarter, looking at what are some gaps that we can fill that we've identified from last year. So for example, our 8th grade teachers are looking at some of the 7th grade concepts that they may not have mastered, and so forth. We're going to use our problem-solving team to review our data. They were actually meeting this morning before I came here, identifying our most at-risk students, but also developing a plan. Let's drill down to the root cause of the problem and then get a plan in place to help support these students in their education. We have our EC resources class that they pull out during their flex intervention time, and those are our identified students with IEPs that gives them more intense support based on their current needs. So that could be addressing goals in their IEP, could also be looking at the data that we have currently for them and helping support them in their growth. We also have done a lot of work with Flex this year. So we sat down over the summer and hand scheduled out all of our Flex classes based on the data that we have. For this second quarter, we're actually going to do that again now that we have some iReady data. And basically, we're grouping them into 3 groups. You have your low, your mid, and your high group, and then strategically designing the lessons and putting them with the teacher that's going to be most beneficial for them. So for duty-free lunch, all the middle schools, we talk all the time, collaborating. We have developed that common schedule that all middle schools are implementing this year, and that provides the duty-free lunch for teachers each day. I know one thing that I looked at, or didn't look at, that I kind of came into last year was getting parents involved, because we have parents who say, hey, I'll come by and help out with lunch coverage and stuff. So Miss Paula kind of manages that in the front office. And one thing I've noticed, we've had a lot of parents calling the school. How can I help? How can I help the school? So we do everything from basics like this to being involved in the SIT team to PTSA. I mean, there's plenty of opportunities for parents to get involved. We're just trying to channel them in the right direction. At this time, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, members of the board?
I would just make a comment about the duty-free lunch. I was a parent last year, and even though we did the duty-free lunch for some of the teachers still wanted to stay in there. So, I mean, it's kudos to those teachers as well. They're like, no, we like sitting, because it gave the teachers to have what I saw, my views, of like them not being a teacher, but just being normal and talking with the kids one-on-one and having that normal, just regular conversation versus teaching.
Yeah, and I'll add to that. If you go into the cafeteria on any given day, you don't typically see the teachers sitting together. Right. You actually see them sitting with the kids having lunch, having conversations. Our outside patio area right beside the cafeteria, they go out there and eat lunch with them as well. I've even gone out there. I don't eat lunch with them, but I have conversation with them, and you see them in a different light. You learn more about the kid, what's going on with them, how they're doing academically, and I ask them every single time, how's your grades, striking up conversations. So yeah, teachers are invested in them, not just in the classroom, I will say that.
Other members? Yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Go ahead, David.
Ladies first.
David, you're on.
Yeah,
Hold on.
TJ, you said a lot of things here that I'm very impressed with. Oh, I'm sorry. You said a lot, I don't know if you heard this, but you said a lot of things that I was really impressed with. You use the word consistency a lot. And that to me is so important, that everybody has the rules, the expectations, and it's followed out consistently. So that I really like. The other thing you said is in math that you're starting from scratch. And I know a lot of, we're going back and we're doing pullouts, and we're trying to get the kids up to where they should be. But I think a lot of the pullouts, we're not going back far enough. Mm-hmm. So I like that when you said you're starting from scratch, and also that you're going back to basic phonics. I think that's terrific. Okay. Oh, and I love that you have the ESL teachers pushing in all the core classes, the vocabulary. That's really teaching reading and teaching concepts and teaching, and kudos to you for that. And the other thing that I loved was when you tell the kids, when you leave school, you're still representing the school. And that's important, because that really instills pride and it really instills I'm going to be on my best behavior because I belong to Cranes Creek. So phenomenal. You're on the right path.
Thank
I
you.
love it.
Mr. Hensley?
I just have one question. Well, first of all, thank you for stepping up and volunteering, or maybe your peers voluntold you, or, you know, something behind the scenes, but learn something every day. Here's my question, is you mentioned parental involvement. One thing that's been clear that all your predecessors today have, or your peers have mentioned is parental involvement. We all know that's important to successful education. So I hearken back to your predecessor who, you know, part of the problem is you've got, you know, the school reassignment plan took people from Southern Pines and sent them to the far northeast edge of the county. And your predecessor had 2 parental meetings. One was up in, you know, the Cranes Creek area, and one was in Southern Pines. And the meeting in Southern Pines, the parents' meeting, had exactly 1 parent attend. And I remember that because that parent was board member Caldwell. She was the only, you know, she wasn't even a Southern Pines resident. So here's the issue is, you know, talking with parents in Southern Pines, you know, it's hard for them to feel that that's a community school because geographically it's not part of their community. And then there's logistics issues, you know, there's getting transportation up there and back and all that stuff. So what are you doing to make sure that all members of the community, regardless of where they're geographically located, that we do get parental involvement?
So one of the big things that I've done is, for me, it always starts with a conversation. And the parent may call the school for whatever reason. They may want to know what their kid's fee balance is. And as I begin to talk to them, my goal may be, yeah, I'm going to help you with this problem or this information you need, but then I start digging a little more. And for example, I've had numerous conversations with the Southern Pines parents and just getting feedback from them. Like, how can we bridge this gap, or how can I meet you halfway to do what we need to do? A lot of the feedback has been a transportation thing. And I'll tell them, like, I have no problem going up to your door, knocking on your door and having a conversation and say, hey, if we've got this coming up in the school and you want to be involved, we can work out the details. I mean, for me, step one is you committing and saying, hey, I'd like to help out for whatever, and then we work out the details from there. And it's a very similar approach with the kids because you run into transportation issues or any of the above, but I want them to know that we can overcome some of those challenges. Like, those are easy fixes. If you want to be involved in the school, we can make that happen. But it all starts with the conversation. And I'm doing the same thing with the kids. And I'll give you an example. I had 2 students come in to my office and ask if I would transfer them to Southern Middle. And I said, no, you're not going to Southern Middle. And they're like, well, why? I said, because you can be here. You know, that's not a knock on Southern Middle, but you're a part of Cranes Creek. And sometimes it takes just them hearing that. Like, this is your school too. You go to school here. You're a part of this. And going back to the lunch outside where we have the picnic tables, one thing I've noticed over the past couple of weeks is when those students get together, you're starting to see a blend of the Vass Cameron and Southern Pines kids all sitting at the same table. So that's something that's coming together. They're developing a little community, especially our 8th graders, where they're doing that. So the next step would then be to get the parents involved. And that's us having conversations with the parents and then figuring out logistically or whatever obstacle we need to overcome to help them be involved in the school, building off of their strengths and what they can commit to.
And just one other aside, that all sounds great, and it sounds like we're already making progress, right? The other thing I'd add on, since you brought up transportation, I'd forgotten about this. One thing that I identified, I never followed up on it though, but let me leave you with this thought, is I had heard that because of the geographical distance, you know, coaches and parents were having to, you know, drive students, you know, from Cranes Creek and, you know, meet parents halfway or even take them all the way down to Southern Pines and whatnot. And at the time, I had a conversation with Commissioner Von Cannon, and this is something that you ought to explore, Moore County Schools ought to explore. You know, the county has that Moore County transportation, the vans you see going everywhere, taking everyone to doctor's appointments and stuff. And those are officially public transportation. And Commissioner Von Cannon, we just, it just kind of fell off our radar. So we never implemented this, or I never discussed it with the superintendent. But I think that with proper planning, that those Moore County transportation systems, smaller vans would be available to, take people to and from athletic practices and whatnot.
Yeah, that's something that we can definitely explore.
Yeah, I'll follow up with Jim Von Cannon on that, and see what you guys can do, because it beats sending big yellow buses and people out and do their POVs and stuff.
Thank you.
Okay, I have something else to say.
Yes, please.
I've spoken to Jim Von Cannon about that too, and it was his idea. So I would definitely look into that. I think that would really work very well. And the other thing that you said, our teachers are like thieves. And I just think, I've never thought of that, but I think that's so great. And that has come across all morning long, going to other sources to learn how to do better. Mentoring, just going in from classroom to classroom to learn. I think that's terrific.
Yeah, and that was really driven by feedback from the teachers.
Okay.
I mean, that's something that we set up anyways as part of the BT process and just good best practices. But when we met with our BTs on that work day, that was one of the things that they mentioned. Not so much wanting to see classrooms at our school, but if there is a social studies teacher at another middle school within the district, let me go talk to them. And that's where the networking of the principals come in, because I'll reach out. For example, we have a chorus teacher coming to Cranes Creek to visit our chorus teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really it's a collaboration piece. And one of the things that I like about it is you get to see things in action. So we can present a PD and say, hey, this is what it looks like. But for some of these teachers, they've got to see it in action. That's how I was. You can tell me all day, but I've got to see it for myself and figure out how I can get it to fit in my classroom.
The other thing that you said, TJ, was that you're starting to notice at the picnic tables that the different people from different groups aren't sitting by themselves, that they're all mixing. That's not only good for the students, that'll bring the parents together. Mm-hmm. That will bring the community together. I loved hearing that too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Let me say that on what you've said about stealing, folk singer Pete Seeger once said, all civilization is based on plagiarism. So we got to think about that, which is true. I visited your school and was very, very impressed with the way that you're handling what gave a school that gave us some trouble last year, especially, and I want to once again thank you very much for taking the students out of the trailers, okay, and placing them into the main school building. I know that was part to do with lowering the student population a little bit, but it also took some basically work on your part, mm-hmm. and putting them all in the same building was really a great idea. Very, very, very good. How's your PTSA coming? I was there for that one meeting. You're rebuilding that, mm-hmm. So how's that coming?
We just voted in a new president, and we are beginning our membership drive, because at this point, I think we have, I want to say 6 members in the PTSA. So that's another rebuilding, starting from the ground up. We have all of our officers in place. We're going to start our membership drive. They're already brainstorming ways to support the school. And that's been another piece for me, is let's have a conversation where they come in and say, what do you guys need? And we build off it from there. So it's coming along well. We hope to get our membership drive higher, get more parents involved. And that's one of the pieces you heard me in the meeting, is when you start bringing in parents and commitments, you know, they have lives outside of their work and stuff. They have all these commitments. So it's really trying to figure out how they can best serve and support the school based on their other engagements that they have outside of the school.
And you've got a really great person over there, Mr. Ford, who I met. He was talking about a mentoring program. Are we getting any closer to that, or what's anything doing on that?
Yeah, we talked last week, and he's going to actually start. The hope is next week, where he can start doing some mentorship. And what we're trying to do is get a group of kids involved during the school day, but also after school, where he can sit with them for 30 minutes, maybe an hour, and work with them on just what do you need help with? What do you need support with? And he does that in his day-to-day. You know, kid goes to ISS. He's not just giving them the work, hey, do your work. He's giving them the mentorship, because one of our big things with the discipline is let's reduce the repeat consequences and offenders. And that's been a huge help, because he does take the time to have that conversation with him. So on the flip side, we want to get him some mentorship in place to help those kids, not just for behavior. I mean, this could be academics. This could be outside of the school as well. So that's coming soon.
I was very, very impressed with his attitude and his way of looking at things. Now, when you're talking about Southern Pines kids and Crane Vass kids, I mean, I just want to go ahead with it. We're talking about black and white kids, right? Are they sitting together? Are they getting better acquainted? Because that's, you know, I don't want to beat around the bush. We've got to make sure that all kids of all colors get together and work with each other. Is that what you're talking about? Is that what's happening?
Absolutely. And if you watch them in transitions, it seems like the social network, the social groups in the school changes every day. And you see kids conversating, you know, talking through whatever at any given point. So yeah, that's really the goal.
Okay.
Is to become one, regardless of who's in the building.
All right, and I am concerned with the gap, with the educational gap, but I'm also very, very concerned that we have an African American math score of 13.3% and a what is that? Reading score of 24.3%, 24.2%. Very small print. I have very old eyes. Are we working hard on trying to get those numbers up?
Absolutely. So the first thing I would say about that is we've had a lot of conversational effort. And that's a common middle school thing. When kids get to middle school, somehow the effort they had in elementary school, they completely forget about it. And I say that because you can look at their testing history, and I can pull up this kid in 4th grade and see, wow, you really killed it in 4th grade. What happened when you got to middle school? And middle school kids are honest. They'll tell you, I didn't try. So that's the biggest thing is I don't care what you do in that school or at home, you're going to put forth your best effort. The other piece is we do go back in the testing history and look at the elementary stuff. And we have taken some of our black students, Hispanic students, and we're putting them in higher performing classes. And I'm telling them up front that I've seen in 4th grade you were a level 4, but in 6th grade you were barely a level 2 or a 1. So it's in there. So we're going to challenge you. We're going to put you in those higher performing classes. We don't just dump them in there and hope for the best. I mean, we're keeping tabs on them. We're having follow-up conversations with them, support. But it's raising the expectation, basically. And the kids will give you feedback. I don't know why you put me in this class, because you're capable. That's why. And it's the follow-up with it. So that's another big piece that we tackled over the summer when we started looking at data and scheduling kids. Is going back and digging into those elementary scores to see what they've done in the past.
That's really fantastic because the what's it sometimes called the soft racism of low expectations we have to guard against. And putting kids in higher expectation classes when we know they're capable, that is just a fantastic thing to do. So thank you very, very much. As I said, when I was at your school, I was impressed with how you're handling things. And so
Thank you.
I thank you, and I think our board thanks you very much. Is there anything else? If not, thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you, guys.
TJ.
Thank you, TJ. Appreciate your work and leadership.
Oh, okay, all right. Very
See you.
good.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Should explain, this is an all-day matter, and from time to time, our board members have other things that they do need to tend to, so we do understand, and want to also state that Mr. Benway had to leave a little early, and Mr. Holmes is ill today, so we're all working hard. Okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman, we have our final presentation for the day from the Lease Middle School. Our new principal, Miss Ashley Priest, who hit the ground running in the summer. I know we've all heard some stories about all the work you did over the summer, and certainly appreciate that. But we're very proud of the work that Miss Priest is doing, and you know, as I said with Mr. Martin, Cranes Creek was certainly disappointed to become a low-performing school. Elise is as well. But I know, as I like to say, they're fired up about continuous improvement this year, and I have great confidence in the growth of Elise Middle. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Mike, and Ms. Priest.
I'm going to turn it right over to Ashley. We're very lucky to have Miss Priest's leadership at Elise Middle. She's been with Moore County for many years, been trained with some of our best principals as assistant principal, has done tremendous work in every location that she's been at, and Elise is in capable hands with Ms. Priest.
Well, thank you for those kind words. So yes, I'm Ashley Priest. I'm the principal at Elise Middle School. I have been there since July. And we have definitely been hitting the ground running and getting into work, especially after receiving the fact that we are a low performing school. And so we're just gonna dig right in. All right, and so as you can see overall, we did drop in every category. Overall, as we went down 7.5 points. Our biggest, loss was our Hispanic population, where we went down 10 points. And so we know that we have gone down overall, and we know we have a lot of work to do. And my teachers are on board. We know that they're ready to dig in, and we are doing what we need to do to improve that. And so overall, our biggest hit was in reading. And so we went down 10.5 points in reading. Once again, our biggest category being our Hispanic population, even though that is also our biggest population that we do have at Elise Middle School.
Let me ask you a question. Do you keep track of this? Did you have a rise in first generation Americans? And what I'm saying is, did you have a rise in kids who could not speak English at all, or were really, or whose families just came to the United States? Is that one of the problems here?
I'd have to look more into that to determine that data, and that's something I definitely will make sure that I look into to see. I do know that we do have a few students this year who did come directly from Mexico that are brand new to us, and they're working directly with our EL teachers, and we're working with the C&I department to provide them some extra resources to help make sure that we can get them where they need to be.
Because you mentioned that you had a problem with your Spanish-speaking or kids, and I'm just wondering whether that was one of the problems. I just don't know.
That's
Okay,
something that I'll definitely look into. And check
I'm
into.
sorry to interrupt.
It's
Go
okay,
ahead.
you're good. All right, and so our math performance, we didn't go down as much. We did go down 1.8 points. We actually had a rise in our Black population where we went up 5.4 points in math. But overall, it wasn't as significant as our ELA was. All right, Overall, you'll see that we, our trend has been that we've exceeded and met growth. We did meet growth this last school year at 1.3 points. And so, of course, we'd like to see that exceed growth this coming school year. Overall, our grade performance is a D, and you will see that we have gone down to 40, with an overall score of 44. And so, like I've said before, that we are going to make sure that we improve that in our growth and in our performance. And so we, when I came in July, I didn't have a lot of time with our staff, but I did make sure to really take the time to get to know my staff, to have those individual talks with them, to make sure that I could hear their concerns and to make sure that they're buying in on what we're doing here at Elise, and that I'm buying in on what they're doing as well. And so we made sure to align our vision and mission. We looked at the Moore County vision and mission and made sure to align it to their mission as well. And so you'll see our vision at Elise Middle School is to create productive and successful citizens. Like I said, no matter where they're coming from us, we want to make sure that when they leave us, that they are successful citizens. And then our mission will provide all students with skills, knowledge, and character to excel and succeed. We believe that all students can learn, and we want to create that safe and positive learning environment. So we know how important it is not only to provide academics, but make sure to think of the whole child and make sure to hold them accountable and hold those high expectations. Okay. So overall, our first goal is basically focusing on our culture. When you're looking at it, we want to make sure that at Elise Middle School, we are taking steps to solve problems, and we have an effective process for solving those problems. And so we take our teacher working condition survey at the end of this year, and so that's how the teachers will perceive if they feel like we are really stepping up and making sure that we are solving problems. One of the first steps on there is our attendance. We want to make sure that we are decreasing the number of unexcused absences. We have, over the last 2 years, we have seen a decrease since the last 2 years, this last school year, and we want to make sure to continue that trend and to cut it down even more. We do have an attendance model that we're following at Elise, and so one of those steps is that our teachers, too, are definitely keeping track. So when they see that a student has been out for at least 2 days, they are calling home, and they are making sure just to check in with that student and to see what's going on. I have a weekly PLT where I meet with our counselor. I meet with Mrs. Mack, who's our mental health social worker, and then our social worker as well. And we're all meeting just to discuss some of our chronic students who have some chronic absentees, and to see what is it that we can do to help support them. And so one thing that Ms. Mack has put in place is that she's checking in with those students, just showing them overall, this is how many absences you had. You know what I mean? And just letting them know that, hey, we're watching you, and putting some kind of positive plan in place, too, of reward if we're seeing them come to school. Same thing, too, I'm pulled every day. My data manager is pulling the reports to see who's absent that day and tardy. And so I can just check the list, too, and if Ms. Gardner and I, my AP, if we see some students who are absent quite a bit, we're calling home. And if just in general, we're calling home just to check in on the students. The advantage of being such a small school is that I'm able to do that. You know, it's not as big of a list, and so I can call home, check in on the student, and say, all right, you're sick. Thank you for letting us know. We just wanted to check in and see where you are. So that also gets the parents to know that, you know, when we care about your student, we want them here at school, and it's important that they're here at school as well. And then another thing is our PBIS plan. And so that was developed last year. Teachers were working hard, and our counselor and everybody worked hard to put a plan in place. And we're continuing that plan this year as well with our matrices, and then just continue that positive behavior and reward system as well. And so we, you know, we have a PBIS store. Students earn points for going above and beyond, and just for the daily responsibilities that they have as students. And so just ensuring that they get rewarded for doing that. We have that bi-monthly, they're getting rewarded. And so giving them a little bit extra reward. I think it was only once per month, and now we're doing bi-monthly just to get them that buy-in. And so they can have that immediate feedback that they're going to want to do what they're supposed to do at school. And then capturing kids' hearts. I've been trained in capturing kids' heart as a teacher. I've been at several schools that do capturing kids' heart as an assistant principal. I fully believe in capturing kids' hearts and just making sure that we're consistently using that language, you know, doing affirmations with our students. We do Bear Couch shout-outs every single day over announcements, our students, our staff, everybody, and just making sure to have that positive feedback. We know that if students feel loved and cared for, and if we continue to provide that positive classroom environment, which is what Capturing Kids' Hearts does, then they're going to want to be here at school. And we know how important it is to motivate our students, especially our middle school students. And then, of course, we want to create a problem-solving team or an MTS team. And so part of this is what we call Kid Talks. So during our planned learning communities and PLTs, we have Kid Talks. In fact, we had those today. And so that's where we're talking about students and grade levels come together and they talk about students who they're concerned about, whether it's academics, whether it's behavior concerns or social emotional. And we're just putting some interventions in place when we see that there are some concerns of what can we do to stop having these problems. And then that leads to our problem solving and MTSS team that meets once a month. And we're really making sure that we have that in place to continue to have those Kid Talk, or take some students from Kid Talks who aren't showing progress and take them to this problem solving MTSS team where we continue to find some solutions. And we're not just, you know, talking with the teachers, the staff members, but we have all students involved, parents involved as well too, and everybody's on board to help make sure that their students are successful. Our next goal is by June 2025, we want to make sure that we exceed expected growth. We did a great job of meeting growth this year at 1.3, but this year we'd like to exceed it and ensure that we go to at least 2.1. And so some ways that we're going to do this is, of course, focusing on core instruction. That's a big part, but also focusing on what we call flex groups. This is our intervention time in the classroom, and this is where we're really focusing on finding students and looking at the data and determining where they need to be. And so we worked, our teachers and staff and everybody worked really hard the last 2 weeks to look at their EOG data from the last few years. We looked at the iReady data that's coming into us, and just looking at their assessments that they're doing in their classroom, their standard-based assessments, and where are they at. And we group students. Are they intensive? Are they bubble students? Are they on the cusp of, you know, passing that EOG? Or have they passed the EOG, and do we need to keep extending them? And so we wanted to make sure we put them in the right category and making sure that we're giving them that intervention where they need. We have all hands on deck when it comes to these flex groups. And so my media specialist is involved all the time that they need to focus on the skill that they need. And we're monitoring these interventions every 4 to 6 weeks. They're taking data every week, and then we're going to look at that data and we're going to determine, is this where the student needs to be, is this a good placement and keep them growing, or do we need to put them in another group and move them? So these groups are fluid and they change throughout the year. And then implementing a vocabulary program. Obviously our ELA is in need, looking at our data, and so we know how important it is in vocabulary. Vocabulary Surge is a program that was implemented in elementary school, and with some of our students and some of the skills deficit they have, we felt it was necessary to implement that here at the middle school. And so Dr. Burris, the CNI team, has come in and they have helped train our teachers on the program. My ELA teachers and my EL teachers have all been trained on the program, and so they're implementing it in the small group flex time. They're implementing it in their core instruction as well, and helping to give that extra boost of vocabulary instruction, which we know will help, shows great gains as well. And then just implementing strategies to improve our ELs. We know how important it is. Like I said, our Hispanic population did take a big gap, especially when it came to reading. And so we want to make sure that we're preparing them for their access testing. We want to make sure that we're preparing them to be successful. And so providing the PD to the staff and just kind of seeing where we need to go. I I'm doing walkthrough data, as my instructional team is doing walkthrough data, and we're determining professional development as we see fit as we're doing our walkthrough data and collecting that data. And so we just did some collaborative strategies and Kagan strategies that show how to do it. That show how to do it. And then we are, and just providing some of visual aids and different things like that. So providing professional development for our teachers that can help them to increase our EL academic performance. And then like I talked about, the intervention groups, we're targeting students, and then of course we're targeting core instruction, small group instruction in our core classes as well, making sure that our students, they're teaching their curriculum, but they're also pulling those small groups to help those students where they're where they're needed. Okay. And then our last goal is our overall grade level proficiency. And so we did have a drop, like I said, and we definitely want to improve that and pull that up. And so we'd like to see our overall grade level proficiency improve from 37.2 to 47.2. And then improve, of course, in all categories. And so the best way to do that is the PLTs, the Planned Learning teams, or the Planned Learning communities. This is where I know, and I've seen it done in several schools, that we're going to get our biggest bang for our buck. We have created very structured PLTs already, and they're going really well. At Elise, we have a set day for each, or a set week. We're doing a different type of PLT. We're meeting as a grade level for our first PLT. Our second PLT, we're meeting with the CNI team, and they're helping to provide collaboration and support for our teachers. Being a singleton and small school can be difficult at times because they don't have the ability to collaborate and work with other teachers on the same level. They're by themselves. And so we want to make sure to provide some form of collaboration for them. And so working with the CNI team, they have that planning partner. The CNI team is also coming in to provide half-day planning days with our staff. So they also have some planning time to work with them and really hone in on the skill deficit of the students, and to make sure that learning is, you know what I mean, they're doing the best learning in the classroom and teaching. We are analyzing data when it comes to PLT. So we also have vertical PLTs where they get together with their math group in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And so all math gets to talk about the best needs. And then we have our kid talks, like I talked about earlier, where teachers are meeting and talking about the concerns of all students involved. We are going, since we are a singleton and small school, we have a few staff members and I are going to be attending a solution tree training in a couple months on developing PLTs for singleton and small schools. PLTs are where we can get the most impact in core instruction, and really determining where, how to best do that for singleton and small schools. I think we're off to a good start, but we just want to make sure we are and see if we can gain anything else from that as well. And then implementing a vocabulary program. A lot of this sounds repetitive because we're, it's all intertwined. And so we're going to continue to grow our students, our EL students. We're going to continue to grow in that vocabulary. We're going to continue to push in the intervention group and all that. And then like I mentioned earlier, we're providing professional development to our teachers. Some of that is coming from our CNI team, where they're coming in to help provide that, whether it's at vertical PLTs or whether it's, at our staff meetings, but that's done through our walkthrough data. We're walking through, we're determining, what needs are needed in our school, and then each month we're providing a different type of professional development. And then of course following through with that, focusing on vocabulary, focusing on collaborative strategies, focusing on learning targets, wherever we see the need is, providing that professional development, and then just making sure to follow through afterwards. And then our duty-free lunch. And so we have, Elise Middle School has 2 45-minute planning periods, and one of these can be used for duty-free lunch in the planning period. And so they have 90 minutes, and then they actually do have an additional 20 minutes at the beginning of the day. Some of our core teachers do, at least, because we have, they go get their breakfast and everything. So they have quite a bit of planning time, and then they can use the other planning time to have the duty-free lunch as well. And of course, I want to build up the morale and help our teachers out. So when there's times of needs, there might be times when we go in and provide some duty-free lunch for them, like on a Tuesday when they have PLT days, or on a Friday, just to, you know what I mean, so they can get that extra break and planning time in and needed. All right, so last year, you know, we did exceed growth in sixth grade. Sixth grade ELA and math did exceed growth. We did exceed growth in our eighth grade science as well. Our seventh grade math proficiency was over 50%, and our access testing was positive. And so we're very proud of that. We did decrease our, even though, you know, we are working on our absences, we did decrease them since the last 2 COVID years. And so this year, we're just gonna work, like I said, we're gonna hit the ground running and continue that. Our schedule in sixth grade and seventh grade this year is a little unique. We have an ELA teacher, a math teacher, and then a science and social studies is combined. He's my science and social studies teacher teaches social studies the first semester, and then science the second semester. And so this means that they have 3 classes instead of 4. And so this allows us to have more time in the classroom and instruction. So instead of 60 minutes of instruction time, we have 85 minutes of instruction time in 6th and 7th grade. And so that's giving us more time in ELA and more time in math to provide those extras, interventions for our students that they may need. We're only teaching, last year I think a couple, especially in 6th grade, our teachers taught, 2 subjects. Every teacher is just teaching 1 subject at a time each semester. So that's allowing them to focus on, 1 core subject. We also, we have a really heavy, like I said, we have a really heavy focus in PLTs in our planned learning communities. And so we are really focusing on that, making sure that we're focusing on core instruction, looking at the data, and making sure that it is solution oriented. We're working with our CNI team. They've been fabulous. They've come in, we've already scheduled dates for them to come in and set planning times, half-day planning times with our teachers, so they can assist them and provide that collaboration. They're working with us in PLTs and providing coaching cycles where needed. We also have 2 ESL teachers this year instead of 1, and instead of just doing pull-out, which was mainly done in the past, we are providing push-in as well. We know the power of inclusion and push-in, and working together with the co-teachers to make sure that we can make this happen. And then, I'm invisible, my instructional team is invisible in classrooms every single day, and we're just monitoring expectations and just ensuring that great learning is going on. And continuing to, like I talked about before with the absences, we're just continuing to monitor those and meet with our PLTs. We are coming with some kind of incentive to help, incentive to reward students for coming to school and for being here. And we know the importance of that. And so we're gonna look at our EOG data, we're gonna look at our check-in data, and we're gonna look at our iReady data and our continued walkthrough data to make sure that that we are successful at East Middle School.
Okay, any questions?
I had just a few. How many teachers do you have there?
We're very small. We have 10 core teachers, 6 on-core teachers. So yes, very small. So 4 teachers in 8th grade, 3 teachers in 7th grade, and 3 teachers in 6th grade.
So it makes it great as far as like smaller class sizes.
Yes,
too.
small class sizes. So our class sizes are between, some of them are under 20,
Great.
and the biggest class size I have, I think, is 22, 23.
That's right.
Yes.
Great.
So great class sizes.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
Do all the schools do the vertical PLTs?
I can't speak for all schools. I've seen them done in the past.
Okay.
Yes, our schools do. We encourage the vertical PLT.
Okay.
Some are in various situations. Ashley is very unique with her small situation where they can do them during the day. But at many of our schools, it's done from a 3 to 3:30 time period or 3 to 3:45 time period.
Okay.
Other,
Thank you, Donna.
other questions? Let me zero in on one thing that really stands out for me. That's students with disabilities. 5% math performance, 5% reading performance. that's scary to me. First of all, let me start, and this may sound almost simplistic. What is a student with disability? I mean, what in the minds of the public, and sometimes in my mind too, I could see a child who is who is really super disabled, not say a 12-year-old who has the intellectual ability of a 6-year-old or something like that. And then I have on the other side of it a person who is mildly autistic and whose parents say, well, my child is on the spectrum, but it's not real serious. What are we looking at here? Are we looking at all these kids, or are we looking at what kind of kids are considered disabled for purposes of these tests?
It's a great question, Mr. Levy. I'm going to hand that over to Kate, who can talk about the number of students at Elise and specifically that are tested that are students with disability and what makes up that group.
So at Elise, they had 48 students who fell into that category this past year. That would include everything from a student who has speech services, maybe they have a little bit of a lisp or a stutter, all the way through to what we would consider extended content students. These are students that are in a severe and profound situation. They're usually in a separate setting. They take a different assessment. When they're in a separate setting, they take what's called an Extend 1 test, which is an adapted test. However, every student tests, and you are talking about a broad range. You could have a student who is autistic, you could have a student who has a speech disability, you could have what's called ID mild, which is intellectual disability mild, all the way through to the severe and profound. So that is all included within that category. So you've got to take that category. You said it earlier with kind of with a grain of salt.
Oh, okay, all right. Because is there anything specific we can do to raise that number? Is there any? I mean, it sounds like just such a diverse group of kids that there might be one solution for a set of 10 kids, another solution for another set of 10 kids, and things like that. But still, it's part of our overall grade, so we have to make some effort. Mm-hmm. What can we do to help out? What can our board do to give you more resources to help?
I can give a general answer to the first part of that question.
Okay.
So what I can tell you is that the teachers at the school and the administration do have access to which students are which and how each of those students scores individually and how they participate and perform in growth. And so a lot of the analysis happens for students in that subgroup. A lot of that analysis happens down to the student level. And so they really are truly looking at that student within that context of that individual education plan and those goals for that student. So that is part of that analysis. So I can answer the first part.
Yeah, that's where the kid talks and the PLTs come in, because what they're really doing is specifically looking at individual kids and trying to address the challenges of those. You've heard that over and over today. You also heard something creative from Aberdeen Elementary, which was, they had struggles finding EC teachers, quality EC teachers. Right. So as a restart school, they were using some of that funding to provide bonuses that they hope would bring in quality candidates. I think Ms. Kelly said they already had one and they were working on a second. Elise also is struggling greatly. Ashley can speak about that here in a moment. Really struggling to find EC teachers. I think she has several openings currently. Anybody interested in being an EC teacher? We have an opening at Elise too. You get to choose which school that you'd like to go to. Unfortunately, they are not currently a restart school, so they don't have that kind of flexibility with their funds to be able to do what Aberdeen Elementary is doing. Perhaps they will be at some point. That's something we're looking at. But right now, they don't have that flexibility. But that is a challenge for them that impacts those scores as well.
All right. One of the things I want to congratulate you on is that there appears to be no education gap in your school. It seems that Black, Hispanic, and the overall measure of all kids is roughly the same, and among white, Hispanic, Black, and all kids. So that's something that seems to be very, very successful with your school. And there's one question that I do have, and that is that do you have a close cooperation with Robbins Elementary? Because oddly enough, you're the only school where you could say that you're a K through 8, because Robbins Elementary is the only feeder school to your to your school. And do you guys work well together?
Yes, and that's something, you know, I just started, but that is something that I would like to continue to do, is to build the relationship between Robbins and Elise. I have worked, you know, when I came in over the summer, I did talk to some of the teachers and some of the staff members who work there, especially, you know, we get their 5th graders. And so we were talking about some of the 5th graders coming into us and building that relationship. We do not technically right now have any meetings where we meet with Robbins. We have met, you know, to do some talk about tutoring for the Northern Moore Resource Center, but I think that's a great idea, and working closely with them and making sure that we're successful is a great idea.
I hope you can, because your success especially depends on the quality coming out of Robbins. And I know Robbins is trying to do a good job. Last but not least, what is your experience with English language learners? How difficult is it at your school? Because what's happening at Robbins is we have that Spanish immersion course, okay? Where how many days do they do Spanish and how many days do they do English? Is it 3 and 2 or 2 and 3?
It's every other day they go. So one day will be in English, the next day will be in Spanish.
And then all of a sudden they come to Elise and it's entirely in English. Is there any problem that arises with that? Do you notice?
You know, I've just gotten here, so I have not,
Okay.
you know, I have to do my, I
we're
have to
bombarding
collect
you,
some.
and I apologize.
No, it's okay. I just have to collect my data to determine, you know what I mean, if I see any gaps, but as of right now, I can't determine that.
Okay, all right,
from
well,
that.
maybe that's something you could look into.
Yep,
But
absolutely.
one of the things that I want to commend Dr. Locklear, your administration, and all the members of your administration on, is that one thing we learn here, we are a data-driven school system. Yes, there you go, there you go. Did the camera get that? And so we're not an emotional-driven school system, and I think that that's one of the reasons why we are just such a good school system. So I want to congratulate you on that. Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Priest. Appreciate your work and leadership. Dr. Metcalf, I believe you might have a summary point or two to wrap us up for this afternoon.
We're done for this afternoon.
Listen, I appreciate the board's engagement today. It's a long day. Look forward to seeing you again tomorrow at 9 a.m., where we'll kick off with another one of our very unique schools. Dr. Wilson will be here to talk about the CLC, so that'll be a great way to kick us off. And I said at the beginning this morning, I said I think that you'll see what I see, which is that our leaders at the schools and their school improvement team, they know what they're doing. And I really appreciate your feedback throughout the course of the day. They're doing some great work. And I appreciate your support and look forward to that tomorrow morning. And we're going to skip that last slide, Dr.
Okay.
We're going to come back to it another time. I think it's appropriate for us to close the meeting, Mr. Lee.
All right.
Okay, are there comments from members of the board? Yeah, okay. Well, that sounds like a comment. Is
We'll
there a
save
motion?
it for tomorrow.
Is there a motion?
No, I have something to say.
Yeah, okay, yes, please.
You jumped the gun.
All right. I just thought I would say, anybody got a comment? You know?
No, I just want to say that I really enjoyed today. I learned a lot, and I think this was wonderful. And I really do think that everybody's being a little thief, learning from each other. And I love that.
So I thought this was great. I really enjoyed it.
One of the things that I do see this as being different from our other sessions like this is that we're not not having these so-called pointed questions, but we're taking the time to learn as a board.
Exactly.
And maybe the principals are getting feedback from us, but we're kind of a professional learning community here. So I think that kind of a collaborative thing is very, very good for the school system. So
Yes,
I
sir.
thank the board for that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is there anything else? If not, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. How about that? A double second. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Forget it. Okay, we're adjourned.